Welcome to Homebrews in Focus, an episodic video series covering homebrews with their developers. Today we'll be looking at Lizard, a homebrew for the NES, and we're talking with Brad, the developer. Thanks, Brad, for joining us.
Hi there, thanks for having me.
It's good to have you on, and I'm excited to talk about Lizard. I've actually become a big fan of it over the last couple weeks while playing through it, and I'm excited to see your comments on the game. Before we jump into it, do you want to give a little bit of background about you professionally, or about you in the homebrew community?
Um, okay. After after university, I was studying computer science. I was really interested in computer graphics, especially. I got started programming at a young age. I found like a book on BASIC for kids in the library when I was pretty young, and that kind of got me started. So I've had a lifelong interest in computer programming, but especially in games. So when I got out of school, I found a job at a place called Obsidian Entertainment down in California. They kind of gave me my first professional game development experience. I worked there for a few years, and then I moved home, back to Canada. I've had a couple of different game development experiences since. But at some point, I found a program to make music for the NES called FamiTracker.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know exactly why, but I decided to make a cover of Pink Floyd's Dark Side of the Moon album. I think it was the one track called On the Run, which was all done with synthesizers.
Mm-hmm.
When I heard that as a kid, it sounded like a video game. And I wondered why my parents were listening to like video game music on the stereo. And I thought it was so cool. So I think that was the first track I tried to put into FamiTracker and made it sound like an actual Nintendo. So that was my first experience kind of doing stuff with the NES. When I finished that and released it, like people started talking to me about it. And I found the forums for FamiTracker, and like there were all these questions about how the NES works and stuff like that. And I thought, why don't I just get one and I'll experiment with it and I'll answer these questions for myself and for others. And I just got really interested in the machine. It was it was so different than what I was used to. I was used to like modern PCs or like game consoles. It's very simple at face value.
Mm-hmm.
It's complicated in the consequences of things, all the little details, but at face value, like the machine itself looks simple. And what excited me about the NES, I think, was that it's very versatile in terms of what kind of gameplay it can do. Like its graphics are clearly limited, but it's not so limited like Atari 2600
Mm-hmm.
or something like that. And then you get to like 16-bit Super NES, Genesis. It's not clear what their limitations are. If you know the system well, you kind of have a sense of what it can do and what it can't. But if you look at like modern retro style indie games, they're not going too far beyond what it's
Mm-hmm.
almost like 16-bit was enough. It was everything you needed. Not quite. Like I know what those machines can do and can't do, so like there is a lot that they can't, but it kind of hides it from you. Whereas for the NES, it felt like its limitations are on display, but they're not holding you back from trying to make a really cool game. So it was an interesting kind of tipping point, and I think that's a big part of why I got interested in the machine.
Yeah, but I can see that. It's interesting looking at those restrictions or whether they're self-imposed or from hardware or something, what that does to the design process or to how you solve issues. What does that lead to? And sometimes it's really exciting, or any kind of design work, whether that's game design or other. So, what about Lizard specifically? What were the origins to that?
Um, a friend of mine told me about a dream she had where uh, she didn't understand what someone was saying, and she was holding a lizard. She said, "My lizard is not the lizard of knowledge," and it was just a really strange dream um, to hear about. But for some reason, it's just the phrase stuck with me,
Yeah.
and I started thinking, like, what if this was a video game? What would the lizard of knowledge do? What other lizards are there? Um, and as I started getting interested in the NES, I really wanted to make a game for it, but I have a lot of ideas for games, but um, this was one I kept putting ideas on. At first, I wanted it to be maybe sort of like a puzzle platformer, like Lost Vikings,
Hmm.
or like The Humans. I don't know if you played that one, but something where you have different abilities and they help you solve a puzzle. Um, and then when I finally started working on it, so like I had a bunch of ideas, kind of just sticking thoughts to for a while, and then finally, like, this one looks like the one I should try to work on. um, and it came out a lot differently than that kind of initial thought. Um, it became more of an open world to explore,
Hmm.
and I think there are kind of still puzzles to do with the abilities you get, um, but they're kind of spread out over the world. It's not like you go from room to room. Here's a
Hmm.
puzzle. Figure out the logic of this toy. It's more just here's an ability. Play with it, and maybe you'll find somewhere a place to apply it. Um, I think I wrote an article about the influences of Blizzard, but like the one game that most informed it was one called Prince of Persia,
Hmm.
which I played on like a 286 years and years ago. Um, and the way that game plays, uh, you had single rooms, and you just kind of explored around. There were a lot of edges to explore, and there's also sort of a time limit. Lizard doesn't have a time limit, but um, just the way you kind of put together spatially, it's like this room's got to be above this one because I've gone
Hmm.
left 3 and up 1 and then over. I liked that kind of thinking, um, and I don't know. I'm sort of losing my train of thought here, but yeah, like I made a big plan for the world. I had an idea for like different parts that should be in it and how they should relate to each other. So I tried to make a world where things connect to each other in a way
Hmm.
that sort of makes sense. Um,
Like the layout of your different zones, or how the two recto and verso are connected. Is that what
yeah,
you mean?
stuff like that. Yeah, like so you have a snowy mountain, and my thought was like water would melt off of it
Mm.
and end up in a reservoir underneath. So you have the water area underneath, and then off to the right you have a river kind of flowing off of it. I
Yeah.
don't think it comes across quite like that, but that was sort of the idea of how they were laid out. Um, or you have an area that's like a bunch of trees, but below it there's all these roots.
Hmm.
Um, So I don't know.
I think it reads well, especially once you play the game, thoroughly.
Yeah.
But then if you look at the overall map, yeah, that comes across very well. I guess to talk a little bit more specifically about the game, because we kind of mentioned already. So for those
Yeah.
viewers who haven't played the game before, you kind of dropped into the world. You're um, a lizard rider, I guess, per se. I think you refer to the character as a lizard rider, where they can go between suits. You start off with the lizard of knowledge, and you're able to communicate with certain animals into the world or read certain things in the world. But there's also other lizard suits scattered without it throughout the world. Um, there's the lizard of bounce, the lizard of push, the lizard of heat, the lizard of swim, and the lizard of stone. And then there's some others that are hidden that we'll see through the gameplay. And then there's the zones, but then there's also two worlds, the recto and verso, and the layouts are mirrored from each other. But they're different, and I don't know if this is the time to bring it up or not, but I guess I'll ask. Because there's two questions related to this. Was it Did you always have in your design of the game that this subversion of a typical game of playing with players' expectations, whether that's when you start the game or in the game? There's some things that you do that kind of play with what a player would expect to be done, and you're doing something different. Was that always your intention?
Um, I suppose so. Like,
I can get a little bit more specific if you want me to.
well, I would say, like, I view the task of designing a game, like playing with a player's expectations is the task. Like, that's what you're doing. Um, like anything I put in the game, anything that intentionally happens in the game, because sometimes like you put something together and things you don't expect come across.
Hmm.
But the intended thing is, if I put something in the game, is to make someone feel something about it. I want them
Hmm.
to have an emotional response of some sort, um, so that they can, like, that's part of the enjoyment of the experience. And having an idea of what people expect is part of that, and so you can play along with what you think they're going to want or expect, uh, or you can try to give them a surprise.
Hmm.
You don't always want to do one or the other, but there are definitely a few things in this game that I hoped would be surprising.
Okay. Um, and then there's the two worlds, the recto and verso.
Mhm.
And there's a lot of similarities between the two, but there's also a stark contrast. And I wanted to ask you, is the world that you're in, is this the ruins of a lost civilization? The one is much more seems more natural, but the other side, verso, there's ruins, there's a palace, there's this steam zone, and now it seems like you're the only one in this world masked as a lizard that is not an animal.
Mm.
What was that in your design, or is that a happenstance that I'm just reading into more?
Um, I wanted the world to seem like it had a bit of a past to it. So, like, you do see things that look like they've broken and crumbled and fallen into place. Um, so I think there's instances where you can find a little bit of that.
Hmm.
Um, but I also deliberately left it open. Like, I have some ideas about how that past could fit together,
Hmm.
but I also don't want to. I don't want to fill that in for
Mm.
the player. I always want to leave room for people to think about how could this have come together? So I do have some ideas, but they're kind of not something that I'd want to put in people's heads. Because I really enjoy hearing what people think about the game on their own, you know?
Yeah. I hear, unrelated to video game design, but artists, musicians say that sometimes when people are asked them about the meaning of their work, and that's kind of a
Yeah.
similar response where if I tell you what it is, it might ruin what you think about it or what you're bringing to the game as the player. Like in your mind, I'm going
Mhm.
to alter that or change it. Okay, so something unique you did, and it's becoming a lot more homebrew developers are doing this. During the lead up to the campaign for the Kickstarter, you released a teaser and trailers, which is really cool. I think if you're okay, we'll show those, and then we can talk a little bit, and then go into the gameplay.
Sure.
Okay, and then you released two teasers.
Do you like lizards? Do you like NES? That's good, because Lizard is coming soon for your NES. Go to lizardnes.com to find out more. Tired of your boring life as a human?
Yeah.
Then you need Lizard.
Huh?
It's a new game coming soon for your NES.
That old thing?
Go to lizardnes.com to find out more.
I'm not allowed on the internet.
Put on a lizard and go for an adventure.
So those were the teaser and the trailers. It's an interesting, non-traditional, I guess, for nowadays, but very reminiscent, I guess, of maybe commercials you would have seen about the NES at the time. Or where did your design for those come from, or your logic, where it's kind of the two people talking about the game, or
I don't actually know. I haven't thought about where it came from.
you kind of have that dialogue back and forth, like, "Are you tired of your life? Do you like lizards?"
Yeah, I guess it. Yeah, it must be from that kind of those infomercials with leading questions about a product that's gonna make your life better somehow. Yeah, I hadn't thought too much about that in a while. Mainly, I was just trying to figure out a way to show a bit of the game in a short amount of time that might catch someone's interest. I'm surprised by you saying it's not traditional. Like, I think games tend to have trailers now, don't they?
I think more of the commentary, the back and forth. I think I'm referring to, or maybe I'm a little Traditional, I think of like modern. I think
Mm.
maybe I'm confused about it. Maybe it's not so different. I think just maybe the tone, that the infomercial aspect of it that you brought up. I think that's maybe where my comment was coming from.
I do think like advertising has always kind of changed, and the way I end up seeing ads now is a lot like I used to see ads on television,
Mhm.
but I don't really watch like cable television anymore. Like that's some people still do, but
Mhm.
for me that changed a long time ago, and like I mostly watch things on the internet. I watch YouTube, I watch
Mhm.
Twitch. Um and the ways people advertise are different on these mediums. Um and I look at YouTube as a good promotional medium. Like that's where I put these. But I've been kind of surprised. Like a lot of social, or like social media
Mhm.
systems come and go. Like they get started. They don't seem to have a huge plan for becoming profitable at first. They're just kind of
Yeah.
offering to users what they want, and then at some point they switch on the advertising and the need to make money for it, and that somehow sours it, and then they die off. And that seems to happen over and over again. YouTube has persisted for quite a while now. I think I've
Yeah.
had an account there for like 10 years. And that's kind of surprising. I can't think of any others that have been quite as long lived.
Yeah, you're right. They've all gone by the wayside or shuttered at this point. Um, so I guess if there's nothing else, we'll start the gameplay and we can kind of continue the conversation there.
Sure.
Unless there's something you wanna bring up.
Well, I can't think of anything.
Okay.
So the very start of the game, like the title screen just becomes the beginning of the game. And I had it drop you into the world. You couldn't go right back to that. I wanted there to be like a separation between the title and this kind of info area and the rest of the world. But I also wanted it to be part of the world. You can
Mhm.
actually go back there later on. You have to kind of take a loop around. And I think Quake kind of was a big
Yeah.
inspiration there. It had like a level select screen where you just choose the path, and the hardest path was you had to like do a jump over lava or something to get to, and the easiest path you just walk easily. But more recently, I was replaying Prince of Persia, and I realized at the start of that game you get thrown into a room and then you drop down after you get oriented, and you can also get back to that room if you like go sneaking around.
Mhm.
Maybe I think there are a lot of things I consciously borrowed from it, and I think there's a lot of things that I subconsciously borrowed from it as well. So here you've gone kind of to the left and down into the root zone, and you found the Lizard of Swim. So the structure of the game is essentially, like, I thought of it as 6 episodes. You have 6 lizards and kind of 6 areas to apply those lizards. And I didn't make it... Some of them are more kind of hard-locked to a specific lizard. Like, to be able to swim to the end of the water area, you really need this lizard. But I think about half the areas, there's another way to get there. Like, I wanted you to be able to pretty much get to the whole game with any lizard, just so you can try different solutions to the same problem. And sometimes that works out well. I think sometimes it works out not as well. Oftentimes, like people get somewhere and it's a really hard battle for them to get there, but they feel that they're on the right track, so they keep going that way. But maybe in the end it works out if they have an accomplishment. It's often hard. It's often fun doing things the hard way as well.
Yeah.
So my kind of initial thought was, I didn't want it to be linear. I wanted people to, if they found one way really hard, then they could try something else. So I didn't want like level 1, here's the water lizard, and here's a water level. I wanted to put the water lizard kind of on the other side of the world from where you're actually going to use it, so that you have a chance to kind of see other stuff on the way. And once you get there, you can accomplish what the water lizard can do. And my thought was that's sort of the level select. Like, you pick the way you're going to go, and then you go do something with it, and then you can work on the next level.
Yeah.
So this kind of gets into the one of the things that people get surprised by in this game. So my thought was that it's kind of 6 separate episodes, and you could play them, each one of them, in just one session of play, and then turn off your NES. And then next time you could turn it on and do something else. However, there is a longer form goal of doing all 6 of them, and then finding sort of a greater ending beyond them. To that end, this game doesn't have a save system. It has a password system, and oftentimes people, their first experience of playing this game is like they do something, they feel accomplished, they find the password, they write it down, and the password doesn't do quite what they expect.
Yeah.
And that, I expect people to be surprised by it. Some people react quite negatively to it. My hope is that people have a little bit of a shock, maybe, but then come back to it and realize the thing that they just accomplished was hopefully something they could now repeat rather quickly if they wanted. I tried to make this game about knowledge, so like the save should be in what you know about the world. Once you know where the water lizard is, where to go with it, that task is pretty quick to accomplish. And like the learning part of it, the exploring, that tends to take a lot of time. But my hope was that you'd play it a bunch of times and have sessions, and you'd get further, you'd learn new things, and then finally you'd put it all together. And I was a little bit surprised. I think it came off more negative than I was hoping. And it's sort of like you get into the idea of a game, and I didn't think it would be as rough as it is for some people, but
Yeah.
After thinking about it, I kind of realized how weird it is for a game not to actually have a save feature. It's normal for an NES game. It's absolutely normal. Like Super Mario Bros. 3 is kind of like my point of reference for, what's the consummate NES game? That doesn't have a save feature. You start from the beginning again. And it does have a warp feature, which you may or may not figure out when playing the game, but that kind of lets you select levels. And I sort of thought of the passwords in that respect. Like, it's a way to get around the world faster. If you were halfway through an episode, like one of those 6 episodes, it does let you pick up where you left off in that, but it doesn't keep track of your greater progress, which I expected to be done in a single session. But at this point, we have years and years and years of the Metroidvania genre, after Super Metroid.
Yeah.
And games like it, where there's a continual progress that the game's always picking up, that all the time you explore in the game is supposed to result in incremental progress that stays with you forever, and your save is this kind of valuable artifact to preserve and hang on to. And this game definitely subverts that. Like, it's not about that. I wanted it to be, and that's also why you can only have one lizard at a time. Like, you get into the lizard of swim, and that's what you have. It's not like a Mega Man where you have this power to use on any level. It's and you can switch between them at will. It's kind of a choice of a game mode, and it's the only thing you can do with it. So I don't know, it's very different from the way like some people say this game is in the Metroidvania genre. I don't really know what to call it, because like there's games I think it's similar to, and I definitely, like, Metroid is a point of reference, but it's also a point of reference for things to try and do the other way, try and not do what Super Metroid would do. But I was surprised. I was just surprised to realize how weird it is not to have a, because I play so many older games, to me, like, the context, I'm used to not having a save in NES games. I think people who are used to NES games kind of know that, but then you play a modern game and you just expect it. Everything has a save now, like, it's just built into the hardware, and it wasn't then.
Your comment about a Metroidvania is, I think the underwater zone is the only zone that you need the Lizard of Swim for. Can you get everywhere with the Lizard of Knowledge? Maybe not the mountaintop, I think, because you have to melt one ice block.
You can get to the top of the mountain with the Lizard of Knowledge. Generally, you can get almost to the end of almost all of the areas. There's the river that we'll see later, that there's only one lizard for. The upper area of the water area, and the part just leading to that boss we saw, that you can only get to with swim. And then there's one more boss that you can only get to with one lizard, but otherwise you're kind of free to go almost anywhere with any of the lizards. And the Lizard of Knowledge, so I started with the Lizard of Knowledge, and you press the button and you just see a question mark above their head. And I wanted that to be, kind of indicates that the Lizard of Knowledge is inquisitive, or that they might be trying to know things, but also it might reflect the player's initial confusion about what it does. Like, I see a lot of people try it, and they just think of it as a useless lizard, because it doesn't seem to do anything at first. You have to kind of find points where it applies. And it's interesting to see different players approach it. Like, often players just kind of forget about it very quickly, and some players just like try pressing the button everywhere, and they start finding things. Like the Lizard of Knowledge can read certain things. In some rooms, you can see like arrows and stuff that will give hints if you push the button. There's a bunch of creatures that you can talk to, and some give useful advice, and some just have things to say. So it's interesting to see, like, a lot of people just forget about it from the get-go. Some people try it for a little bit and don't really find anything with it, and then when they get it back later in the game. So every time you beat a boss, you get the Lizard of Knowledge back. And it feels like a fresh start. And then I've seen people get it later and start to think, wait, maybe this lizard's useful. Maybe I should try doing things with it. And at that point, the game opens up a little bit as they find a few more kind of secrets with it. But part of making a game that's non-linear and open, I've seen a lot of different approaches to it, and I really enjoyed that part about it. I feel that it was successful in that respect, that I like seeing people have different experiences with the same game. Like, they have the same set of things to find, but they get different things out of it.
I was wondering, I asked specifically about the Lizard of Knowledge if you could get everywhere, because after you beat a boss, you meet a lizard there, and the lizard says something. So that made me wonder, well, should I be able to get to... We just saw the underwater zone and beat the Octopus boss, and I'm like, is there a way to get the Lizard of Knowledge there to understand what that one lizard is saying to me?
Yeah, so there is a way to get to some of the endings. The Octopus one specifically, you'll probably need the swim for. Though there actually are kind of more obscure ways to get in there. But in the general route, yeah, like, you need the Lizard of Swim to get to that boss, but about half the bosses you can get to with any lizard you want. And the intent is for one lizard to be the best suited. But that was something I liked seeing people speedrun this game, because it does give you the opportunities. Oh, there's the moose. Super Moose. The Super Moose was a character made by a friend of mine, and I put it in the game. He was working on a Super Moose game prototype, but it hasn't seen the light of day yet. But it was just a fun character, and I don't know. I think moose are neat. So, being from Ontario, Canada, like, sometimes in the summer I used to go, like, camping with my dad up in like Algonquin National Park, forest up there, and sometimes you see a moose or stuff like that. It's kind of just an interesting creature.
For those that are not around moose country, they're very large, a lot more than maybe you don't experience this, because you've probably seen mooses your whole life, but the first time you see one, and if you didn't grow up with them, they're massive.
Yeah, kind of bigger than a horse. It's got antlers like a deer. So yeah, the moose is a good one to take the Lizard of Knowledge to. But it's also hard to find. And I was hoping players wouldn't find it right away. A lot of players don't find it at all, because it's a little bit out of the way. But the moose does have a lot of helpful hints.
I think is it the moose that talks about the panda about how to avoid being killed by the panda?
It probably does. I can't remember. The moose says a lot of things. There's like 30 lines of text or something that it's got. It probably does have advice about the panda.
And I don't know if this is the intended way to beat this boss or not. I failed a couple times at it, but
Oh yeah, there are a couple of ways to deal with this rabbit. So if you catch it on the floor with the heat, you can just warm it up and it kind of overheats and gets tired. But the other way is you can stand by the fire and it'll come at you, and you have to avoid it when it does its last jump towards you, and it'll land in the fire and get burned a little bit. But that's tricky. A lot of people... So that one I found people had a hard time discovering how to avoid it kind of at the last second. But at the same time, there are other ways to do it. Like the way you just did it is fine. That's another way to get through that boss.
we didn't talk about this one, but this is kind of how you divide up the chapters of the game you're discussing. Which is you change something during development between your I forget if it was your alpha or beta, but you added a line, there's more on the next page. Is that a change you made because of feedback where people were confused about, oh, that was the game?
No, I didn't realize I'd changed that after the demo prototype. That one wasn't in response to feedback, but I did find that people sometimes were confused about what constitutes an ending. Like, I did want, finding one lizard and finding a boss to apply to it to feel like a whole session, and that goes along with that kind of episodic idea. But I saw one person review the game, and they posted a playthrough, and they're like, I found the boss, I guess the game's over. And in one respect I enjoy that that was their experience of it, but it's also feels like a misleading review for them to have. So yeah, it does say, but there's more written on the page if you let it go to the ending, and then it says press start to continue. So my hope is that people realize that there is more to do, and that it will, if you keep doing these things, eventually the game will take you somewhere else. But yeah, that was one of those that goes along with slightly not realizing how kind of weird structuring the game like that is. I knew it'd be a little bit confusing. I think, well, I don't know. I get a lot of different reactions. You release a game and you get a whole spectrum of reactions. Any choice you make, it's a matter of balance whether it works for somebody or not. If you make something too easy, it's too easy for some people, and some people will still find that easy thing hard. And you make something too hard, vice versa. It's really a question of, are the things that are frustrating you, are they too much? Do they keep you from wanting to proceed with the game? Do they sour the experience in the end, or do they heighten it with the accomplishment you get from finally overcoming it? And there's no answer that works for everybody. There's not a correct answer, just varying degrees of things that work with different people. And it's hard to make a choice like that. So here we've discovered the Lizard of Lounge. So you climbed up to the top of the mountain and then jumped off to the left and melted these ice blocks. And you get the Lizard of Lounge. The Lizard of Lounge has a cigarette, and if you smoke the cigarette, it negatively affects your jumping ability. So it's kind of an anti-power.
Yeah, where did that come from? It's very different than all the other lizards.
I think I came across the term lounge lizard from Leisure Suit Larry. The first Leisure Suit Larry game is called Leisure Suit Larry in the Land of the Lounge Lizards. And I guess that was a term that was more common, like, I don't know if it was like the 60s or 50s when people said lounge lizard to refer to somebody who, you know, hangs around in bars and smokes and... But it was a term I always thought was funny. And, I don't know, I was kind of brainstorming ideas for silly lizards to have as an extra. So this lizard is not mentioned in the manual. Even when I put achievements on Steam, I deliberately left this one and some other kind of secret lizards out of it because I wanted them to be a surprise when people find them. And achievements sort of kind of works against that in a lot of ways. You can make secret achievements though.
Yeah.
But at the same time, even making a secret achievement, like they're not really secret. They're only, I guess it's honor system, but
this is not like the typical playthrough because in preparation for this, I read a lot about the game, read walkthroughs. So typically, you wouldn't know off the bat to bring the lounge lizard to the void zone to do a particular thing.
Yeah. So the thing I think you're about to do, there's a dragon in the middle of this area named HiF. You can talk to her with the Lizard of Knowledge. And one of the things she said is that you shouldn't smoke. It's bad for your eyesight. And if you smoke in front of her, this happens. So I ended up doing this. Because I just had the idea. So a lot of inside an NES cartridge, you can either have ROM for your graphics, which means like they can never change, or you can have RAM, which means you can rewrite them from the CPU and just like redraw them at will. And there's advantages to each kind, but about a third of games use the RAM approach, and it's what most systems use, like home systems. Like RAM is basically reusable, and ROM is single purpose. It just has one set of data that it ever has. Arcade games tended to do it that way because it was just one machine, one game. But home consoles tend to have RAM because it's reusable. NES came out at a time where RAM was really expensive and ROM was cheaper, so there was like reason to do either, and people making cartridges went back and forth on which was a better system. But the advantage of RAM is I can change things as you're looking at them. They don't have to be predetermined. So I could just replace all the graphics of the game with graphics at half resolution and not have to store a whole second copy of the graphics in my game ROM. I can just kind of copy a much more compact set of data over there. So it was something I could accomplish with the particular kind of cartridge I'd chosen, but also I thought it'd just be a fun Easter egg. So one of the things that it does is that it's a permanent effect.
Yeah.
Like if you die, it comes back. Your eyesight comes back because you kind of revert to your last checkpoint.
Yeah.
But if you save with it, it'll stick with you for the rest of the game. And that was just a choice I made. I like there being consistent consequences of something.
Mm-hmm.
And that leads to one of the things that surprises people a lot as well. If you don't save after a boss and then just go exploring, like you beat a boss and you don't save, you might end up getting sent back to before the boss, and it will reappear. And I wanted the consequences to be consistent so that someone could look at that and think, oh, okay, it always works like that. But at the same time, a lot of people find it very mean. I don't know. When I do something like that, that's the other thing, like also being able to be in touch with a lot of players with Twitch and stuff like that, and Twitter. Like, people could say things to me if they want. Some of the interactions feel more personal. Sometimes I feel I get kind of personally blamed for a bad experience, and I mean, I contributed to it, but I don't know. It's interesting. The way feedback is now is so different than it used to be. Like, when I released this game, I'd been through a few game launches in my professional career, but this was the first time I could release a game, and then I could watch people play it online. I could watch people play it for the first time who didn't know me. I didn't know I was watching. I could just see how they're liking it. I never got to do that before. Like, there was like focus testing or stuff if you're at like a bigger studio. You do things like that, but it's not at all like Twitch. Twitch is like a completely different thing than that. And that was really amazing. And I got really interested in Twitch after releasing this game. And I started streaming quite a bit myself.
You stream multiple times a week now.
I have busier and less busy periods. So like the past few months, until a couple of weeks ago, I was doing an NES game for hire. I was doing a port of a game called Alwa's Awakening, which was like an indie retro themed game, but it was done in a style that was very close to what the NES could do. And they hired me to make an actual NES version of it. And that project's been really good, but I had less time to stream while I was doing that. That's what I was saying. But I really enjoyed working on Alwa. I think the game that came out of it is really amazing. I was kind of surprised by the way I was feeling about it, because I'd played Alwa's Awakening, like the Steam version on PC, and it's a good game. I do recommend it. It's quite fun. I hadn't thought about how different it would feel on NES, and I don't mean that it plays different. I tried to get the mechanical way it plays as close as I could, and I think it does play very, very similar to the PC version, but just having it on the system, I don't know, I want to say it's magical. It's just different. It changes the context of what the game is, even though maybe I'm not changing the content so much. But having that different context really makes it feel different. And I was surprised by how much I felt that way, because I make NES games. I should know this, but it even shocked me as somebody who should have expected it. I don't know.
Was it just the context, or when you had to bring it to the NES, were the screen proportions different? Did you have to add more or take away some of the screen that was on the PC version?
Well, they decided that I put several options on the table for them. One thought was to take, so the Alwa's Awakening was made for widescreen. So one thought was to take these wider rooms. It was like one room is one screen in the game, and there was no scrolling in the original game. So one thought was to make the rooms scroll left and right, a lot like what I did in Lizard. Like, I just have wider rooms, which is the thing I did partway through development. Originally, it was just like one screen, no scrolling. But I felt that it would help. A lot of the rooms felt cramped. It was hard to design for that space, and having wider rooms gave me a lot of room to play with and make the rooms more interesting, I felt. So for Always Awakening, that was an option, but they really liked the idea of like looking at one static screen at a time. Like you get into a room and you can stare at it and think, how am I going to get through this? And you see like these things moving around. Here's a spike, here's a moving platform, here's an enemy. And you can look at it and think about it and then kind of accomplish it. So they decided that they should redesign all the levels to be smaller. It's pretty much the same idea for each room, but they've been adapted for the narrower format, which is kind of neat. Like it also makes it, if you have already played Always Awakening, I think it gives you some new stuff to experience as well. Also, by the way, they added like a whole extra content that wasn't in the original. That's pretty neat.
I'll have to go back because I've only played your released version or your demo or your beta as of now. I'm waiting for the final, so I'll have to go back and play the PC version as well. So for Lizard, you did the programming, the graphics, and the music. Is it the same for Ala?
Everything, all the programming is me, but everything else is the people who worked on it, or the people from Eldon Studios. The music was made by, he goes by Crease around the forums. It was already in Famitracker format to begin with, so it was adapted a little bit for the NES version, but for the most part, it's almost exactly what you hear in the Steam version. The graphics were, a lot of it transferred from the original version just fine. Some things had to be reduced to just like 3 colors. Like a lot of the enemies had just a few too many colors to really work well on the NES. But yeah, like the artist goes by the name BG, redrew a lot of them, or just used the stuff that they had already made. And then the levels were redesigned by Mikkel and Isaac. They're like the two main people at Eldon Studios. Yeah, so that was nice as well. Like the making Lizard took me years, but I made every part of it. I wouldn't say that the programming was the programming was a portion of the work. I think building the world was the longest part of making Lizard. Whereas like Always Awakening was I think a 5-month project. 5 months and a couple weeks. But I was only doing programming, and a lot of like the major design of the game was already done before we started. But a lot of the design work was out of my hands. It wasn't my responsibility, and I enjoyed being able to do that because it's you make progress faster that way. Like that was one of the things about working on Lizard, is just when you have to do every part of it, it's like you have an idea how something is, but it's got art, it's got all these details, it's got design, it's got programming, and you can only do so much in a day. So it's just like you see that idea taking shape so slowly and none of it's getting done if it's not by you. So like working at a professional company with many people, I'm working on one thing and other stuff's happening, and then I get to be surprised by, oh, this is done now, and we can put it together and see how it works. But you don't get that as a solo developer, and that was one of the things I really missed when working on Lizard. Okay, so that was the raccoons at the top of the volcano.
Which you can beat without the lizard of stone.
Yeah, I'd say this is the one that people most commonly use different lizards for. And yeah, it's tricky, but a lot of people do it. And I think in the speedrun... Oh, I think I started talking about this, but then I went on a tangent. But the speedrun rooting this game... they had a lot of choices, like what lizard do I take where, which lizard do I get first, and a lot of times, you can beat a boss faster with one lizard than another, and sometimes you can get to a boss faster with one lizard than another, and there's like a trade-off between which one do you want. I tried to design this game a little bit with speedruns in mind, but it's also really hard to know what a speedrunner is actually going to do. Some of the things are expected, and some of the things they'll just like find unintended shortcuts or things like that. And it's kind of funny, like some things I try to design and I want to know, it's possible to do this with this, or it's not possible to do this, like you need this ability to do this thing or that thing. Sometimes there's enough gray area that I don't really know.
Mm-hmm.
And like a speedrunner mentality is one of the ways that things like that can get discovered. Sometimes like something's maybe possible, but I've never done it, and then I find out it can be done, and it's really neat to see things like that get explored eventually. But it takes time, and it takes somebody who gets really interested in the game to play enough hours of it to find kind of the dark corners of what's possible.
The void zone is something that's very interesting in this, that it's endless in a sense. You could get lost easily, but at the same time, it's very logical when you look at it zoomed out, as far as how it works, how it wraps.
Yeah, I think if you map it out, you can figure it out. But this is definitely supposed to be confusing to navigate. It's not just wrapping around left to right, up and down. Like there's a little more to it than that. There is a pattern to how it works, but it's definitely not obvious when you first get here. The other thing that I did in this area was that every room, instead of scrolling, so this game has like two different sizes of rooms. Some are just one screen size and it doesn't scroll, and some are twice as wide and it scrolls back and forth. And I did that because, well, when I originally started making this game, it was just supposed to be single screens. But when I added the scrolling, there were a bunch of ideas that I thought worked better in the narrow single screen thing, and this area was one of them. Where I kind of like the idea of sort of a Pac-Man space where it just kind of wraps around and you end up in the same place over and over again. And I also, one of the pieces of advice that HiF can give you is that if you need to get out of this place, you can just fall straight down. If you fall straight down long enough, it will eventually take you back to the start. Because a lot of people get lost in here, and I expected that was like part of the design of trying to make sure you can use every lizard in every place was making sure that there was a way out of every place, no matter what you had. Like I don't believe there's any place you can actually get stuck in this game. And if you do, I put in the select button. You can hold select, and I forget what I called it in the info screen. It might be called Scuttle Lizard or something like that. But the lizard will just like flash and then turn into bones, and you'll go back to the checkpoint. So there's always a way out, even if you did get stuck anywhere. But I tried to make it so that there's always way out, and often that way is just gravity. Like in the mountain zones or the treetops, you can always fall down to get back to where you were. The underground zones are a little bit trickier, but I put doors on the bottom to kind of connect the bottom floor of the world. And in one place there's a big elevator that you can ride to kind of go back to the surface area. But the same thing, like going into the water area, like I wanted people to fall into it without the Lizard of Swim. Like this playthrough doesn't really show that, but or at least it hasn't yet, I don't think. But you can navigate the whole bottom of the swim area. You just can't swim upwards in it. And like I'd like that experience of just kind of having the first time you get to a place, like you're limited in what you can do, but when you come back later, you can have other ideas when you have new abilities. I guess is like the water area specifically was probably directly thinking of Super Metroid. I think about it, because it has this area where you can break a pipe and then you get into this underwater area, but you can't move until you find the thing called the gravity suit, which lets you move freely underwater. But at the same time, Super Metroid, I always felt like you should have to do more stuff underwater before you get the suit. It's more like you experience it, but you leave it pretty quick, and then you're doing something else. But then again, there is a bit of stuff to do, and now thinking about it, like the Super Metroid had a lot of those things, like what I was talking about, like gray areas where things might be possible. There's so many things people have found in Super Metroid, like to be able to sequence breaking and whatnot, like just being able to get around the world in a way that's off the kind of linear designed path of the game. And I think they went into it with the mentality that like you should always be able to get back. If you get here the wrong way, there should always be a way out. And I think that game has that for the most part. But it's kind of subtle because it's like not something most players will see. But I do think that game was definitely designed with that in mind, like that there were things that seemed marginally possible that they probably didn't test too much, but left in for people just to experiment with and have fun doing a thing that feels kind of like forbidden that they shouldn't be able to do. Oh, here you've done the long fall.
Yeah.
To get out of the area.
I definitely got lost in the void zone for a period of time.
The other thing I was trying to do in the void zone is just have a little piece of every area kind of appearing in it. Kind of a collage.
Yeah, the void zone and I think the palace zone are the two zones where you have to visit maybe three or four times with different lizards. Because one of the things you'll see in here is I'm getting all the coins, and those are optional, I guess you'd say. And earlier when I was talking about your subversion of players' expectations, you know, you never say what the coins are for. And then even in the trailer, you call them worthless coins, and so much so that even like published walkthroughs of this game, someone that wrote one said, "Don't collect the coins; they serve no purpose." But they do have a purpose.
Well, yeah, I've deliberately avoided confirming or denying that they do anything, and that is something that I've found frustrated many people. And like, again, it's a thing that was supposed to be surprising. Like, I did expect people to think that the coins would do something different than they do, but like you won't find a shop to buy upgrades or something. There's no extra lives. But I don't know, like the idea of coins in games, it's become so omnipresent. Like there's always a collectible thing in platformers, it seems. I mean, not always, but it's just such a common thing. And I thought it'd be a fun idea to have and play with. So I treated placing the coins in the world as like each of them is an optional challenge. Like you can, like there just might be an interesting way to get it. On the other hand, you can just ignore them and they can just kind of be decoration or teasing you, something to think about. What haven't I done with these coins? What are they for?
You do we saw it in the Void Zone, but there is a computer terminal. It displays your time. I think it says how many deaths as well, but it also says how many coins you've collected. So there is that. So that would reinforce if you come across a computer. Maybe these coins do something.
It at the very least increases that number. But yeah, many people reacted negatively to them. Like they feel they collect them for a while and then they start feeling that that it's not worth doing it. And in some ways, I like that. I want the player to have to decide what they're worth. You know, like what's the meaning of the coin? And I like that aspect of it. At the same time, I do feel for some people it was a negative because they wanted more of a reward for what they were putting into it, and maybe they're not getting what they were hoping in that way. And in that respect, like this game is unusual for how it does that. I definitely expected it to be unusual, but I don't know. There are a lot of things like that about this game where I'm happy with the way I did it. But I think it necessarily meant that for some people it's going to be the wrong thing, you know?
It's interesting criticism about the coins because I think there is a really big benefit to collecting them. Interesting that someone had that comment after getting them that the payoff wasn't enough. And it's also in talking about collectibles in general, like for NES, you know, they did something, you know, whatever that was, lives or points or something. And you hear that criticism that a lot of those collectibles back in the day were, I don't know, not the greatest of design, I guess, but it's odd because modern games, they have much more collectibles, and those, so much so that the game is like saturated with them. So for Lizard, I think it's a really good feature. You know, it does have something, and it's not overdone with collectibles or anything.
Yeah, like honestly, I'd say the main purpose is the face value purpose of the coins. Like they're there to give you something to do. Like each of them is a little tiny challenge or puzzle to figure out. Some of them are a lot easier than others, but the expectation that they should have like a tradable value in the world or something like that, that's a little bit that's really common for coins to have in games, but it's hard to determine if there's such a thing in this game at face value. And the value of collecting things for their own sake is something that I don't know, maybe isn't obvious to talk about. Like I find a lot of the ways people talk about games, some of the things that are important they're hard to discuss because just the language doesn't work for them. Or like the way people talk about things, like even reviewing a game, it's really easy to talk about the theme. It's easy to talk about the art and how much you like it or not, or music or something like that. It's really hard to talk about in what ways the gameplay is good, because like how do you describe how like Street Fighter 2 plays better than Street Fighter 1 in terms of mechanics? Like they both have punches and kicks, and like they have a lot of the same parts, but the way one plays dramatically better than the other is down to a whole bunch of really subtle decisions. So it's hard to describe things like that, or even like what makes a game enjoyable. Like oftentimes, if you want to criticize a game that you don't like you can point to a thing you didn't like and say that was bad. But what I find is like a lot of games I love that maybe someone didn't like they have divisive opinions. I'll hear all their complaints and I'll be like, yes, I agree, all of those things are bad, but also I think it's a great game, because for me, what's great about the game is not those things. And having a bad thing, having a negative doesn't necessarily throw off, like I use the word balance but for some people, like having one kind of negative thing, it definitely does make a thing a lot worse. But I find a game or a movie or a book, it's not about what bad things it has versus what good things it has. It's just about whether it has something in it that's overall compelling to you. There's something in it that you like about it. And you can have underperforming parts or negative parts, but as long as they're not taking too much away from the things that are giving you enjoyment and interest. And that's often really hard to talk about, especially if a game is really mediocre. That's often the hardest to talk about, because often you can't point to a thing that's really bad in it, but there's nothing in it that's really giving you joy, and being able to describe that critically is really hard, because it's hard. You can't say, oh, this game is bad because it has X in it and therefore bad. And it's also another thing, like you see a lot of like criticism or review of a game where they talk about some specific element and they're like, oh, this thing was bad, and then people apply it to all sorts of other games. But whenever I hear something like that, something like QuickTime events are always bad, it just makes, as somebody who makes games, it's almost like a challenge, like raising a flag, like how do you make a QuickTime event that's good? Because I think there are ones that are, I think there are plenty that are bad, and usually, like in the context of the criticism, they're pointing at it, and it is a bad one I didn't like, and it's fine there, but I can't universally apply that as a rule. Just because this time it turned out bad doesn't mean it has to. There's always a context that makes the same thing good. And I guess as a game developer, it's about trying to put things in the right context so that they feel good. sometimes you're successful and sometimes you're not. I don't know.
It's an interesting standpoint about it, like finding a way for a certain mechanic to be good or be enjoyable. You know, there's an optimal or many optimal solutions or to implement that. You know, like you're saying, the quick time event.
Yeah, like I've seen a lot of things in. Like one of the things people immediately asked for when playing this game was, why isn't there a map here? Walking past the map screen. Why isn't there an auto map? And then almost immediately, a lot of people want to say, "Oh, it's an NES game. That would have been technically unfeasible." And it's funny because, like, that. If I wanted to be part of the discussion, like, that's another thing. Sometimes people are discussing my game, and I don't want to step in. I just want to let them talk between themselves. I don't want to give a definitive answer or something like that, or an authorial thing. But, you know, that gives me a cop-out. I could say, oh, yeah, it's NES, it's not feasible. But the thing is, if I wanted an auto map in this game, could have done it. And actually, someone made an interesting ROM hack of Metroid recently.
Yeah.
Metroid Rogue Dawn, where they kind of like rebuilt a new Metroid-themed game in the original Metroid engine, but they added an auto map. Auto maps are possible, but it in the history of Metroid games, like, just didn't happen until the third Metroid game on Super NES. But I don't look back on it and think, oh, so therefore Metroid 1 and Metroid 2 needed a map, and it just wasn't technically possible. It would have been, and there were games with maps, but just... a lot of people look at it in kind of a linear progression. When I was younger, like, I really loved Metroid 2, and I hated Metroid 1 for a long time. And then I played Super Metroid, and it was like my favorite game for a very long time. But going back, like, I really love Metroid 2 and Metroid 1, and I also love the ways that they're not Super Metroid. And part of it is just because of how definitive Super Metroid was, like how it was the birth of that genre in the modern sense, like the Metroid. I avoided using the term Metroidvania for so long just because I felt like, well, it's just Super Metroid. It's a Metroid game. But, I'm okay with the term now. But it just became an institution of its own. I mentioned Street Fighter 2 before. Like, I think it did for that genre what Street Fighter 2 did for the fighting game genre. It's like, this is how everybody expects that kind of game to be now. And that's like, there's so many great games in the genre, but I don't want to do the same thing that everything does. I want to explore what it's like to not have a map. And part of what I did that Metroid didn't do, every room in this game is unique. Like, there's no rubber stamping of the world. Like, you don't have repetitive structures for whatever reason. Like, part of that is technical feasibility. A lot of that in, like, Metroid 2, for example. Just the limited amount of space they had to make the game in. You could make a bigger world if you copy and paste rooms and just do minor differences to them, but I deliberately made every room unique. So if you know the game at a glance, any screenshot, I can know exactly where you are in the world. I did give you a map, but just not an auto map. I deliberately don't give directions. I don't say, here's where all the bosses are. I wanted there to be an experience of not knowing what's in this game and figuring out for yourself. There's a whole value in that you don't get if I was to tell you where everything is. But at the same time, people are really used to it. It's such a common thing. And I'm not saying it's bad that Super Metroid has it and that most Metroidvanias have it. Like they serve a purpose, and they keep that linear progress of always accumulating and the precious save. They all work together to make that into a compelling thing. But I thought I should explore what happens without it, and that affects kind of most aspects of design of this game. Like, I just wanted it to be a thing that you could turn on your NES and play one session of and put away. And I wanted the final experience of doing everything to be not your first playthrough, but something you do after learning the game, learning all the different episodes of the game, and then putting them together into one complete run. And like, it's not, that's something you can do in Super Metroid, but it doesn't the save system, the auto map system, don't foster that kind of experience. That would be kind of make your own thing. So I don't know, in some ways, like, it gives people what they don't expect, and oftentimes people feel lost and then get turned off by this game. And I'm okay with that, because I feel I'm trading for it something that's worthwhile. But yeah.
I've become very reliant on maps over the years, and yeah, there is a detriment to that. Like, I'll play through Castlevania Symphony of Night, often, and I'm still, even though I'm very familiar with the game, I'm very reliant on its map feature. And then so much that I'm constantly looking at to make sure I get every nook and cranny of every room. And
yep.
Is that a detriment then? Because now I'm focusing so much on the map.
Well, I honestly, like, in Symphony of the Night, the game is made with the map in mind. I feel that it serves a lot of really good functions. That coin, a lot of people have trouble figuring out how to get. You kind of have to walk. The transition between rooms from left to right, because, like, you touch the right side of the screen, but you're not all the way to the right. It's not like smoothly walking over the seams, so there's kind of a little bit of a horizontal teleport that I think makes that particular coin unintuitive. Sorry, I was saying, so a game like Symphony of the Night, they want you to know that the map's there. Like, there's a lot of things about how the game hides secrets and what you find that I think the map encourages discovering. So, like, I don't think auto maps are bad. In the same way I don't think QuickTime events are good or bad. Like, there's just... But I think there's a value in exploring what does not having a map do to a game. Or what does not having an auto map, rather. I mean, this game does literally have a map. So there's a map in the manual. If you don't read manuals, and that's another thing, like, I don't expect people to read the manual for this game, but I made one because this was an era, like, NES was an era of games that had manuals, and oftentimes essential stuff was in the manual, stuff that you needed to know to actually play the game. So I like having that for someone that wants to have that experience of, oh, there's this little book that gives me information that might help. But at the same time, most of the information in the manual is subtle or redundant to the game. You can find the map in the game. It's not a detailed map of the world, but it does give you an overview of, here's a bunch of areas. If you look at that map and think, like, where have I been and where haven't I been? Like, that's what its function is supposed to be. It's like, Oh, I haven't been there yet. I should try and figure out how to get over there. That's mainly what I have a map in there for. But at the same time, like I said, I try to make all the rooms unique. There's different big areas with very clear, distinct themes. So I try to help orient the player, but at the same time, I want to do things where you do get lost and you get disoriented. One of those things was the recto verso idea. I think we've seen a bunch of games where there's like two worlds that are intimately connected, and you go back and forth with them. Like Link to the Past is a very famous example, or like Guacamelee, a more modern one. So the thing I did that subverts that a little bit is make one side of the world the mirror, like left to right mirror flip of the world, as if they're two sides of a page. And that's what the words recto and verso mean. I picked that up from kind of medieval history studies, where they'd talk about manuscripts where a page would have a right side and a back side, a right side and a left side, recto and verso. Recto on the right, verso on the other side. Verso doesn't mean left, but it means the reverse. And so that's kind of a standard term that you'd come across if you are an academic or something like that, or read about that stuff. But I expected them to be kind of obscure Latin terms that people wouldn't know, so they would just seem weird, especially recto, because we don't like in English, recto doesn't sound like right. People don't.
Yeah,
that's not the word people would connect it to initially. But I liked the weirdness of that word. But that has consequences in that. So it's supposed to be two sides of a page, and I printed in the manual the map so that the recto was on the right side of a page and the verso was on its back, so that if you flip them over, you might catch that relationship. I think some people notice that, some people don't, and I've seen times where people get stuck, especially kind of on the bottom row of the world. They go in a door and they go right as far as they can, and then they find another door, and then they go right as far as they can, and then they find another door, and they end up going in a circle back and forth without realizing it, and that gets very confusing. And I like that experience, but it is like one of the ways that people get very lost in the game. And yeah, like that was something I wanted to encourage. I wanted to encourage getting lost in a way that I feel like auto maps in particular often work against that. They're trying to get you back on track, to try and get you feel like you're making progress again. But I wanted this game to be quiet about that and just let you do your thing, let you figure out how to cope with how it's shaped on your own. Actually, one of the things I really liked after releasing it, so most of the things I see people do when they play the game, like I say people do a lot of different things, but most of the things people do I expected. I expected, some person to have this trouble or that trouble, some people to find this earlier or later. Watching children play this game is different entirely. They take very novel approaches to a lot of things. They get interested in things that I didn't think would be interesting. Oftentimes I see them doing like very repetitive things that I don't know why they're trying to do it, but they seem to be having fun doing it. But one of the favorite things that I saw happen was like a kid started playing my game with their parent there. It was at like a convention, and the kid was playing the game, and their parent started reading the manual and was like kind of giving them tips based on what they were reading in the manual, and I really liked that, because that I don't know, that really took me back to like playing games with my dad. Or actually, like the first time I played Final Fantasy IV, it was then called Final Fantasy II, because we skipped those games in the West, so they just went straight for 2. I was playing it, and I had a friend. There's a big walkthrough in the back of the game, and my friend was like giving me tips about what was coming up and what to do next. And I don't know, that was really neat. That really took me back. But I like that function of the manual as like something you can go back to and look at, kind of for reference to help orient yourself again, to refresh your mind about the things that you're missing. So the map is in there, a description of all the lizards. So that's my version of like a much softer version of the auto map idea of, here's where the 4 bosses are of this world, and here's where to find them. Figure out a way to get to that point. Or here's the items you've already collected, that kind of thing. But this game doesn't have an inventory. There aren't items. Like, there's coins, but they don't work like in a Metroidvania. And the lizard powers don't work in like a Metroidvania, because you don't accumulate them. They're just the thing you have for the rest of... Like, you only have one at a time. Yeah, sorry. I guess I'm sort of...
No, that was a good detour. We're going on to now a unique mini game, I guess you say, of this unexpected when you're playing the game, that you're going to be in this surfing.
Yeah. So a lot of people, get here and they realize it's directly inspired by Battletoads. That's one of the big ones. But not just Battletoads. I've seen a lot of video games that have kind of just a surfing level in the middle of them. Shinobi 3 really comes to mind. But even I was playing Mirror's Edge, and there's a level, like most of the game is running around and climbing on things. There's a level in the middle of the game where you're riding on the top of a train, and it's basically a surfing level in that game. But it's just sort of a good paradigm of a change of pace, something different to do. So I really wanted to try putting one in this game, and I think it's one of the kind of sillier lizard powers. Like, you get it, and you press the button, and you're just holding a board, and it's one of the harder ones to figure out what it actually does. Like, if you pause, it'll tell you my lizard is the lizard of surf, but you have to experiment a bit to figure out what it's going to do. And I didn't put water next to it, partly because of where it exists in the world, but like, you can use it to skip across the surface of water. Like, anywhere there's water in the game, you can do that. And that was kind of hard to make use of, just in terms of design, or at least the way I designed the world, because I always wanted the water to have fallen into a place where it sits. Like, I couldn't just put a basin of water high up in the world very easily. So most of the places you can skip across the water are at the surface level of the world, and it's like just that one place where there's a transition from underwater to above water. So there aren't a lot of uses for this lizard. It's one of the more kind of single-purpose ones. But that was like one of the uses for the coins, like to just give a couple of interesting things you could do with the surf lizard. But of course, because you have a lizard that can swim, it can be used for all the same coins. I couldn't make them exclusive.
while we were talking about the auto map, what was going on the screen, we fought the big frog boss, which the optimal lizard is the lizard of push.
Oh
And
yeah,
instead,
yeah.
instead I went there with the lizard of knowledge because there's a sequence after it, and we spoke to the lizard queen, which alludes that her partner used to be the boss you just fought. That was my interpretation anyway. Interesting sequence. And why is the lizard a queen? The queen lizard a ghost? I don't know if you had something back there that drove that.
I have some ideas about the past of the lizard queen and the and the frog, Nujan the frog. But yeah, like that's another thing. I don't want to come up with a backstory that becomes the authorial one, so it's left out of the game because I wanted people to come up with something for themselves. But the idea of a lizard queen, there's a Simpsons episode where the Simpsons family goes to an amusement park and Lisa Simpson falls into like the water on a ride, and it's like there's weird stuff in the water and she gets sick or whatever and a bit delirious, and at some point she says, "I am the lizard queen," which always stuck with me. I found out later in life that was a reference to a song by The Doors. There's a point where Jim Morrison in the middle of a song just yells, "I am the lizard king, I can do anything." And it's really interesting. Kind of unexpected. The Doors are pretty neat. Like their music, they have a lot of songs that go on kind of long adventure kind of things. And that's a neat moment in their work. But so the thought of a lizard queen was kind of inspired by that phrase. I guess a lot of the things in this game are inspired by like phrases that contain the word lizard. Like you have the Lizard of Lounge, the Lizard Queen. There might be others, but I wanted there to be something. So the dialogue with the Queen is a little bit of a reward for doing it the hard way, for taking the Lizard of Knowledge there. If you use the Lizard of Push, you can push blocks into the frog's eyes, and it closes them. The rest of the boss fight plays out the same, but it stops shooting things at you from its eyes. It has like these magic things that come out. So it makes the boss fight easier. So if you do it the hard way, with the right lizard, you get an opportunity to kind of get just a little bit more idea of, or a little bit of an idea of maybe who the frog is indirectly, and you get another character who otherwise is just kind of mysteriously floating. You might notice other ghosts in the palace, like that. That was kind of a theme of that area, the palace, and then the I called it the maze zone. So my thought was like, like those fantasy movie castles where there's a labyrinth of hedges outside the castle. And that was kind of what I was going for there. But because it's 2D, the hedges had to be like underneath and like vertically oriented. And it's not really much of a maze, to be honest, but that's kind of the name I went for with it. I tried making it more maze-like with more branching and dead ends initially, but I didn't find it was satisfying to explore. So it eventually became more less maze and more labyrinth,
Mhm.
if those words are distinct. Sometimes the word labyrinth means the same thing as maze, but there is a sense of the word in which it means just a meandering path that takes a while to go along, but doesn't necessarily branch off very much. It just, you have to go around its corners and turns. And I like that distinction sometimes because they're kind of two different ideas. But then sometimes labyrinth just means maze, so
Yeah.
it's not a term you can just use and expect someone to know what you mean. But I like that distinction, and I like kind of explaining it that way. Because I think that's an important concept in games. Like, it's important that things just not be, push a button and it happens. There's a difference between having to walk across 3 screens and pushing the button and just pushing the button. And that all comes back to that concept of balance, like what's too much. Like the weight having to do, like a labyrinth is not a hard task. It's just, here's your path and you have to walk it to get there. But it adds friction, it adds weight to a moment or what you're doing. And that can be very important. JRPGs have, like, my perception of how they are has changed a lot over my lifetime. Like, I was talking about playing Final Fantasy IV.
Mhm.
I hated the random battles the first time I played it. And I just started running from all of them. I thought they were so slow. And I didn't have... I knew you got experience from the battles, but it didn't kind of clue into me how that's important to progressing through the game. So I just ran from every battle, and then whenever I got to a boss fight, it was super hard, and I had to figure out like really tricky strategies to get through at a low level for some of them. And then I got a long ways into the game, and then I got stuck. I got into a dungeon and I couldn't get out, and I couldn't beat the boss. And it was so far into the game, like, I don't know, like 30 hours into the game or something.
Yeah.
And I had to restart. But that, for me, I've had a lot of gaming experiences like that where I had to restart in the middle. But what I was saying is, I thought random battles were like a net negative. I wished at that time that they were faster and whatnot. And then over time, like playing more of those types of games, I got used to the rhythm of them. They feel right. And at the same time, when I was learning to make games, I got involved with this RPG creation community. There was like a freeware RPG engine called Verge.
Okay.
Which stood for Vecna's Extraordinary Role-Playing Game Engine. There were a whole bunch of similar projects going around at the same time. Like, this is late 90s.
Mhm.
It was originally written for DOS, and then later adapted for Windows. It kind of straddled that era. But it was just people that wanted to make JRPGs and thought they should share their tools with each other. And so, like, a community formed around it on IRC mostly, and it hung out there. But this engine never had a battle system. So we were all making like these JRPG games without the battles. And that, because at that point I had gotten so interested in JRPG style games and I wanted to make a game like that, that gave me a lot of experience playing them without the battle, seeing exactly what the game is like when you have everything about that genre except the random battles, and it changes it immensely.
Yeah.
And they were all made with the standpoint where, like, oh, eventually this will have random battles. But it's funny, like, when you get to play something like that, you can't just turn it on and off. You play it once, and that sets your expectations for the rest of it'll play. And then you turn it on, and it feels wrong. And vice versa. If you turn off random battles for, like, Final Fantasy, it's a very different game. And Uh, it's hard to say whether that's the right thing or the wrong thing. Like, I really love that people find patches for games to make them like play faster or whatever, but I don't. I often resist the term quality of life improvement. I see people say that about patches a lot, and oftentimes I don't. I feel that term's loaded, and I don't agree that it's universally a benefit. Sometimes there's a benefit for it taking longer to heal yourself or whatever it is that you need to do in the game. And I understand the mindset. I'm not saying they're wrong that they think it improves the quality of what they're doing. And especially for speedrunners or stuff like that, where you've changed how you've played the game to the point where you have to do certain tasks really repetitively, and you might as well obviate them, but like for randomizers or stuff like that. But it's like opening a whole new can of worms in terms of design decisions. Like, obviously there's a point where you go too far and you've made it too easy. And then there's a point where you've gone too far the other way, and no point on that spectrum is the right thing for any particular, or for all people, you know, like, it works better or worse depending who you are. So I don't know, decisions like that are so hard. All the decisions of balance are the hard decisions in game design. So yeah, like this area, so I had this theme of it being inhabited by ghosts. So the Lizard Queen is, I guess, one of the ghosts. That was kind of a unique enemy for this area.
You mentioned something, and it just made me think of this when you were talking about that RPG creator studio, and that there was no battle engine in it, and it made you think about what goes into the RPG without the battles. Did that experience drive you to making a game that you can't attack? Like Lizard, there is an attacked lizard, but it's very well hidden. Did that drive that, or is it unrelated? Or
I don't think that's directly related, but I do think it maybe shaped some of the ways I think about games. Like the perspective it gave me on what if a Final Fantasy wasn't like that? What if it didn't have that thing that I initially thought was a net negative and then came to accept, and then finally, after a long time, started to think, no, the random battles are essential. That kind of perspective, I think, does kind of drive what I want to do in games. Like I talk about things that I did in this game that I thought would surprise people just because they're not the normal thing to do in the genre. So I think they are related in that way. Making this game so that you can't attack, that was one of the ways in which it's a kind of an anti-Metroid game. Like it's Metroid-like in a lot of ways, and it's anti-Metroid in a few ways. And I think the anti-stuff is probably like the stuff that's more surprising about the game than the other way around. I'm trying to think of like what I thought about it being like a pacifist game. I didn't want it to be. I think I just felt that there were so many games that are about shooting things. I wanted to explore the space of not doing that a bit more. I remember at one point, I don't know what I was playing on PlayStation. I was playing something on PlayStation 3. I forget what it was. But it must have been some sort of violent game. Like my mom walked by and saw me playing it, and she just asked, Do you have any video games that aren't about shooting people? And like I looked at my PlayStation 3 collection of games, and I was having a hard time coming up with one. The one that came to mind first was Valkyria Chronicles, because it's like a turn-based strategy game. But no, that game is entirely about shooting people in the face. That's what you take your turn to do. But that was the only thing that could come to my mind as a non-violent game that I had for PlayStation 3. I did eventually think of some, like Tetris or I don't know, Trash Panic was one I did have for PlayStation 3 that was like that. But I realized sometimes you just have a moment where you realize, there are games of all sorts and types, but there's definitely trends. There's definitely more of one thing than there is another. And that is one of the things that makes me want to make games. I want to explore the spaces that I feel are a little bit neglected. And actually that's kind of my same approach to streaming. Like I stream myself playing games on Twitch sometimes, but I try to focus on games that I haven't seen anybody play. That I either I'm interested in because I haven't played it before, or that I know well, and I just feel it's been a little bit forgotten. Like Metroid 2 is one of them. I played that recently, and it's just, I feel, especially, it's had 2 remakes now. There's another Metroid 2 remake, which was a fan project, which was a really fantastic remake of the game, in kind of the Metroid Zero Mission style. But at the same time, I don't feel it replaces the game. It's just another game that's cool, that has some of the same events in it. But it takes away a lot of the unique things about Metroid 2, and it turns it into the established Metroidvania thing. And I love it as that established Metroidvania game thing. Like, I do love that kind of game, and there's lots of cool space to explore there, but it's not a substitute. A lot of people will tell you that, oh, you don't need to play Metroid 2. You can play this one and get this. It gives you everything that was worthwhile in it, and I don't like. I don't agree with that one.
Yeah.
Because I think it does unique and essential things that are lost when you redesign it to be what's essentially a different genre. Like, I think the first 2 Metroid games are a different genre than the third one, in a really fundamental way that isn't necessarily obvious right up front. Like, it took me a while to come up with that perspective. Like, I didn't even like Metroid for a long time, but and part of it was just that I loved Super Metroid. I played Metroid 2, and that's very different than Metroid in its own ways. Like, the early games are often the most experimental, just in terms of there wasn't an established model that they were just imitating. And playing with that model, there had only been one Metroid game when they made Metroid 2, and they tried a lot of new things with Metroid 2, and I think they felt some of them worked and some of them didn't, and some of the things of Metroid 2 carried on to Metroid 3, but some of them didn't. And looking at older games, NES games or other consoles, there's a lot of interesting ideas that I don't look at the progress of game development as obsoleting old games. I feel the culture moves on. People have different expectations about games, but the way a game can make you feel depends on what you want to, how you play it as a person. Like, there's so much of yourself in how you play a game. And sometimes you just gotta find your own way to have fun with it. Like, when you find a game that people call a bad game, there's often a lot of joy to be found in just figuring out a way to play it differently that makes it fun for you. Like, speedrunning is one of those kind of transformative efforts where, like, you're definitely not playing it the way it was intended to be played, at least not overtly, but it can be a ton of fun to try it a different way. Like the DOS Mega Man games I came across more recently, and I ended up really loving them. It doesn't matter that like, people will say, well, it's objectively a bad game, and sure, by many objective standards, you can definitely say that. And you could say that, like, it doesn't, like, I don't need to play it. They didn't put in the effort to make a polished game or whatever. But myself, taking it, going in knowing that it's this, roughly made thing, I expect that. That part doesn't surprise me. And then just trying to play it as it is and seeing what I can get out of it, I ended up really enjoying it. I wasn't expecting to. I thought it would just be kind of amusing, but
Yeah.
there was more to it than I expected. And I ended up... So, Mega Man and Mega Man... Sorry, did I call it Mega Man 2? Mega Man 3? There's two DOS Mega Man games. They're called Mega Man and Mega Man 3. They're not really directly related to either Mega Man or Mega Man 3 on NES. They just happened to come out at a particular time when, like, Mega Man 3 was on NES, so they were like, oh, we better put this name on it. But, like, the enemies are totally different, and
Yeah.
you could look up the development history of it. That's not a story I should tell here, but I just really... I wanted to play it. You could only play it in DOSBox, and you had to slow down the cycles to, like, a specific speed for it to seem to work well. And it's just because it was written at a time where they didn't realize there were going to be faster and faster models of computer that were going to be backward compatible. So the game was written with one speed in mind, and it just plays too fast on anything you run it on. So I made a patch for it just to slow it down to a consistent speed, so it syncs with the video frame rate instead of just however fast your CPU is. And it makes them a lot more playable, but I can now put FreeDOS on my current laptop and play Mega Man DOS, this game that was made 30 years ago, and it still runs on it. And it runs fine now with the patch. It's I don't know. I enjoy doing that. I don't know if many people will be willing to play it to try and experience it, and honestly, like, maybe a lot of people won't enjoy it, but I don't know. I got a lot out of doing that, and I wanted to go through the task of just kind of getting inside a DOS game and kind of disassembling it and taking it apart, trying to fix something in it. Oh, here we're finding one of the other more hidden lizards. This is the lizard of coffee. So I don't know if you can try out the power here, but
Yeah. Well, I use the. We're going to be seeing the Lizard of Coffee for a while.
But you press the button, you can take a sip of coffee. It's a lot like the Lizard of Lounge, but the coffee has the opposite effect. It makes you jump higher. I debated the idea of whether I liked the idea of coffee giving you a power, but I think at first I just made it, you take a sip of the coffee, and that's it. The sip is its own reward, but I decided to make you jump higher, like the idea of it. I don't know, like, I didn't want to put... I was iffy about putting the smoking lizard in the game, But I thought, I don't know. Like, I do think about kids playing it, but I'm hoping it's not glamorizing the idea of a cigarette. And it's showing a negative consequence of...
Yeah. Yeah, if you smoke it,
Smoking it.
you jump very, very low. So it doesn't make you more useful. And then if you do the secret, and it becomes permanent, now you're looking at the game in half.
But so I have this lizard of coffee. What was I saying? Oh yeah. So I have the idea that this game should be for kids, but at the same time, like, I don't want a parent to buy the game and their kid find a smoking lizard and then them wanting to be surprised. So I do put a disclaimer on the page that there is tobacco use in the game, but I don't know. I should probably write a page for parents, just like outlining with a bunch of spoilers, like, here's all the content in the game. But that's like one of two things that might be slightly objectionable for kids. The other is on the title screen. You can press a secret button combination and it'll say, instead of push start, it'll say push shart with an H. And it's just goofy. I thought that was funny. But I don't know, like, it's not directly a swear word, but I guess if you know what it means, it's a swear word, but I don't know, that's debatable. Whether that's okay to have in. But, like a lot of older NES games, you would see characters smoking. Like, smoking was much more common, especially in the 80s. You would just see people doing it everywhere. In a way, you see very few people smoking now. I'm not anti-smoking. If someone wants to smoke, I'm perfectly happy for them to do it. But like, the negative effects on your health are very palpable. But like, there's a smoking man in Faxanadu, or I'm trying to think of other games where there's somebody who smokes. I think there's some... I don't know if Eight Eyes has somebody smoking in it. I forget. But there's probably a number of NES games where that shows up just as a background element. And I don't know. I just think it's fun to have in there.
So where did the lizard of coffee come from? Are you like a avid coffee drinker, or?
I actually don't drink coffee. I started drinking tea more recently. But for a long time, like, I kind of avoided caffeine because I found I could get addicted to it, and then if I forgot to have it, I'd have headaches or whatever. But I also didn't find it, for me, it worked very well as a stimulant either. Like, it doesn't... I think it has a stronger effect on most other people than it does on me. So I kind of avoid it for a while. But in the past couple of years I've been drinking tea. I found it helped. There's usually a period in the afternoon where I feel a bit tired. And I found having tea then just kind of helps me get through that moment. There was a point where I sometimes started taking a nap or falling asleep in the afternoon, and it would kind of affect the rhythm of my day in a negative way. And having a cup of tea around that time sometimes helps. So I got in the habit of doing that. But yeah, I've never really been a coffee drinker. But I don't know. I know so many people that drink coffee. It's a very popular beverage. Thought it was worth putting in the game.
I didn't enjoy coffee until my mid-20s, I think. Now I drink it all the time. But I also drink a lot of tea, too. In my youth, coffee or tea just made me tired, which I thought was abnormal, but apparently that's... I don't know if it's common, but it's not unheard of.
Yeah, like, I feel some of the perception of it as a stimulant like it is, but it also some of it's almost a myth in the way that like often the way it perks someone up is because they're accustomed to it and they're addicted to it on a level, and it's just relieving negative effects that they'd get from the addiction. So that's part of why I debated whether or not it should actually give you any power. But ultimately, I think even if the stimulant effect of caffeine is more mild than the perception of it, the myth of it is still, I don't know, makes it a fun thing to have. Plus, it has interesting capabilities. Like if someone finds this lizard, it unlocks things that you can't really do with any other lizard. Or there's a lot of things you can do with one of the 6 lizards that are in the manual that you could also do with the Lizard of Coffee. Like it's a particularly powerful one. I think it ended up being quite useful for the speed run, for collecting all the coins.
I was wondering about that. If you must use the Lizard of Coffee to get all the coins, or if there's a way to get them all. Because the Lizard of Bounce helps a lot for some out-of-reach things, but you need to be at a higher elevation for the bounce to have the payoff.
Yep. You should be able to get them all without finding any of the secret lizards. Like I tried to make them separate so that they're like an entirely optional thing. They're not involved in any other goal. And that's part of like trying to keep them secret in the same way that I wouldn't put Steam achievements for them. I wanted them to be a surprise. I wanted there to be a big possibility that someone plays through this game, feels that they've done everything, and then can still find something later. Especially like they might be surprised seeing someone else play it and find something else that they didn't at all. But the other thing they kind of do, so I wanted there to be always, like, as much as I could, more than one way to do things. Mm-hmm. So sometimes there's more than one lizard that's suitable for a particular challenge, but also if someone's having trouble with this game, like if your trouble is landing precisely on a platform, or maybe it's just getting past enemies, like the Lizard of Stone is kind of powerful in a lot of different ways, even though it might be outside of the like the path to a boss that's suited to it, but it does have a lot of kind of side uses. And the Lizard of Coffee is kind of like that. Like if you find it, it's a tool you could use to get a lot of places in the game that might be a bit harder otherwise, or just give you another way to do it. Like I was wishing this game could have had more of an easy, like I made an easy mode which slows down the game, but it was kind of added later in development, and I wish I could have had maybe something even easier, because like I want the game to be accessible to anybody who wants to play it, and I don't know, I get varying reports on how hard this game is, but like some people say it's hard, some people say it's pretty easy for an NES game, some people say it's NES hard. A lot of people complain that it's hard but don't want to use an easy mode even if they know about it. And I understand that mentality. I do that myself with a lot of things. So it's hard to make something that anybody can play, but the easy mode does work somewhat effectively. I have seen it help some people, especially children, I've seen children use easy mode and have a much better time trying to play it. So I'm glad it's there, but I wish I could have done something to make it easier, but I couldn't figure out a way to fit it into the design. Like, it's not like a game, like a Mega Man game. Like if this game was about shooting enemies and stuff like that, and you had health, you can add more health or take away damage or whatever. Like there's kind of easier ways to do that, but here things are kind of binary. You kind of get touched by a thing and turn to bones or not. Sort of a yes or no. So there wasn't an easy gradient to play with, so all I did was made it slower. Which is, I guess it's moderately successful in that regard.
The
also...
challenge... Oh, sorry. Brett, go ahead. I was just going to say the challenging aspect of it, I see it as the primary one is getting used to the physics of the game, your character physics, and once you kind of have a handle on that, then it becomes the bosses or the enemies. But I think as long as you get a handle on the physics, everything's very playable with a challenge.
Yeah. The physical way the character moves is one of the things that turns a lot of people off. I've had a lot of complaints about it. It was one of the things that I changed really late in development in a subtle way. Like if you play the alpha demo, the prototype demo versus the finished version. Originally I had coming to a stop took longer. And I mean, it's even hard to like just show on screen because like if you run and then stop, you stop in kind of an instant. But there's a difference between an instantaneous stop and taking a couple frames or 10 frames or 20 frames. Like they're all a different feel and they all have a different aspect. But in my original design of the game, the character had like a very heavy inertia, and slowing down to a stop took, I think, probably like 3 times as long as it does in the final version. And in my testing, like I showed the game to people and people had different reactions to it. But my thought was, well, part of it was like it was coming from a standpoint of really liking games like Super Mario Brothers, or Joust was one that I thought about a lot, where controlling your momentum is a huge part of how Joust plays. And it's nowhere near on the level of Joust in terms of momentum, but like this coming to a skidding stop, like that's something Mario does in the Mario Bros games. And the game had, I think, less momentum than like Super Mario Bros. But Super Mario Bros. Doesn't make you jump on platforms as precisely as in some parts of this game. And a lot of people were having a lot of trouble with it, and they felt it was slippery. My initial intent, like I want the physics not to feel directly like some other game. I want it to feel like its own thing, which means they need to have a bit of their own flavor in some way or other. And that was an idea that I cut. So I think it does have physics that feel its own way regardless, but that one aspect, I liked learning to like slow down to stop on a short platform when I was initially working on the game. But then, as the developer of the game, I quickly learn it, and then it's just, I can do it every time. And I designed the game around, it'd be hard if you didn't figure out how to like stop yourself in midair. But you could make every jump in the game without trying to hold back in midair, or trying to stop suddenly. Like what I would do is I'd jump on a platform and then I'd jump left then hold right to come to a quicker stop, or that kind of thing. And if you don't get a feel for that, you end up slipping off the edge of platforms a lot until you learn it. And I think some people really did enjoy learning it. But a lot of people didn't, and ultimately I decided the balance of that wasn't a good trade. So in the final version of the game, after beta testing, after getting enough feedback about it, I decided to cut that back so that you come to a stop quicker. And it's a subtle change, but I think it made a lot of difference for a lot of people. But that's one of those decisions where, you know, when I was in smaller testing, when I would just like give the game out to friends or whatever, like before I made a public beta test, I get feedback on it, and people often had the comment where like it feels slippery or whatever. I'm always slipping off ledges. But the kind of people you give the game to who are friends of yours or whatever, they persist a bit more. They're willing to give the game a little bit more time just because they know you personally or whatever. And, you know, a lot of them are like, it was slippery at first, but I learned it. It's okay. It feels good to me now. And so that was kind of the feedback I kept getting. And I thought, okay, that's what I want. I want it to feel like something that you have to learn to master. So that felt good to me. But then when I opened it up to a public beta test, I just got so many more instances of this feels bad to me that I felt I had to cut that very subtle aspect. And it didn't affect the design of the game at all. Like, I didn't change any of the layouts of anything after cutting that back, because it just made it easier to land on short platforms. That's basically the gist of it. And I don't know, like those are the kinds of decisions that I really think are hard to make as a game designer. Like, they feel terrible. So I feel on one side it makes it better for one type of person, and on the other side it makes it worse for a different type of person, and I have to pick who I want to give a better experience to. I don't know.
So you ultimately decided to scale the slow down back, or you still think that's the right call, or are you still struggling with, you know, if that was the right one or the wrong one?
I'm happy with that decision, and it's the kind of thing, like, one of the suggestions I get from somebody about it after making the change, like, there were a bunch of people who had played the prototype and said, oh, I don't like this change now, you've made it, feels different. When you give someone one option and they play it for a while and they get used to it, and then you change it, the change now feels alien again. Like, it becomes a negative just for having changed. And the same, I think, would happen if I made it an option. It's like you can play this way or that way. It was too subtle to be that kind of thing. It's not like easy mode. It's just it's I don't know, a weird what if. and anything you release in public, like, it just becomes a magnet for, like, anything that changes. Some people will not like the change and some people will, and oftentimes the gut reaction to a change is negative just because it feels different all of a sudden.
Yeah.
But I don't know. It's kind of the thing. You see a lot of web pages, like, people will be using them for years and then they change the design, and there's always a whole wave of complaints about, like, oh, this is the new way it looks.
Yeah.
And honestly, I feel those complaints myself. Like, I usually hate it when something changes. I try to see if there's something new and functional that is better about it, and I try to give it the benefit of the doubt, but I myself usually negatively react to something like that. So it's hard to put out two versions and then have people be satisfied with it. So
yeah.
I don't know. Like ultimately, I need to make a choice one way or another. But that's another way in which it's hard to get feedback from games. Like I was talking about, how it's hard to describe. You know how mechanical gameplay changes are better or worse. In a lot of ways, but the other thing is like feedback people give when someone's frustrated about something. You know, their feedback might be, you know, this jump should be easier, or this boss should spend longer in the air, or I don't know. They'll have like very specific things that they think will fix the problem that they're having. And the problem is like the game, unlike oftentimes feedback like that is really great for a piece of productivity software. Like if you're making Photoshop or a word processor and someone's like, oh, I'm having a hard time typing the letter R because you've made it difficult to do that because you have to press 3 keys to type that key instead of just 1. You know, like oftentimes that complaint is more direct and they can give you a solution. But in a game, your goal isn't to make it easy for the player to do what they want. Your goal is to make it compelling so that they want to keep trying and have fun doing it. And that's often contrary to what they think you should do. Or oftentimes the suggestions I get like that are things that I've thought of and I've tried, and when you actually try them, they make it worse in a way that you wouldn't expect until you actually try it. And so the person suggesting it hasn't seen what they're suggesting actually looks like. But I might have already tried it and realized I like this better.
Yeah.
But there's so many like compromises. Like so many of the choices are. It's negative in some way for the gain of a positive in a different way, and you just have to live with that. And decide what you think is best.
You kind of covered that. So you kind of use your Kickstarter for a multitude of things. One, to give updates. Two, it's kind of like teaching or tutorial of your game, of game design. But when you release the public beta, you kind of, I guess, use it as a primer for people's expectations when they give feedback. And a lot of that you mentioned there about, you know, you're more interested in their feeling behind something, or their, I forget how you phrased it, than the actual issue they're encountering, because then you can gauge whether the intention that you had was successful or not.
So yeah, like every complaint, especially when they're suggestions, like I don't take them as I should take or leave this suggestion. I take it as somebody played my game and had a feeling about it, and I interpret it from that. That's the main thing I'm taking away from it. I think about, why are they feeling this way? Do I want to do something about it? Or is how they're feeling right now good in the long term of their experience of the game? Like sometimes the feedback I get when someone complains about like a boss being too hard, I think that's correct. That's how they should feel. And I think as they keep playing it, they'll like it. And it's weird to kind of, I don't know, feel like you know what they want better than what they're expressing, but like that's, I don't know, I guess that's what it means to be a game designer or an artist or something. Like you just gotta go with your gut on certain things.
Yeah. I could see that, because if you always took someone's feedback of saying, oh, this section's too hard, this is too hard, or something, then the game would never have a ramping up of difficulty. It would always be, it wouldn't be a challenge, because no one would ever think, oh, this is getting harder, because they can do it very easily.
The other thing is you often don't get feedback on the areas of your game that are dull. Mm-hmm. Or too easy, or like too easy is one way something can be dull. Too easy isn't necessarily, like easy isn't a bad thing. a game can be easy and very fun, but you definitely get complaints where people get frustrated where something is difficult. You don't really get a complaint about this room is a little bit boring, or this boss was too easy and I got through it quickly. It would have been more fun if I spent more time on it. Not many people would think to make a complaint like that. And like I was talking about, it's hard to criticize a mediocre game because it's often just like not grabbing you in some way.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes, if I implemented every complaint about something that's hard, I'd end up a game with nothing that nothing that gives the game weight, and then you end up with something that they don't like but can't describe to you why they're not enjoying it. Like I have to look at all feedback from. I value all complaints. I really do. I like getting a complaint about something being too hard. Like a complaint about something that I'm not going to change can be very validating and confirming that it's working as intended. It can also be just really helpful in terms of thinking about other things you're going to do. Like sometimes if someone makes a complaint about one spot in the game, it gives you ideas about ways to balance that in other spots. Hard to think of something specific, but if you know they're going to have a hard time here, you might make an easier time over somewhere else, just to kind of get them ready for it, or give them relief from it, that kind of thing.
Mm. So I think we're in the part of the playthrough where it's just going to be a lot of coin hunting at this point.
Oh, I see. I remember, so I made these doors that open. There's like 3 or 4 different, there's maybe 4 or 5 different versions of that same door in code, and they all look kind of the same. But some of them actually have black behind them, and some of them don't, and it was a matter of like trying to get sprite overlap to work on the NES. I think like that rainy one, I had to make the door have a transparent background so that the rain would travel through it without like flickering when it goes across it and looking weird. And then like I had a different door for when you come out from a boss room. And I forget the reasoning for that. I think it's just trying to manage the palettes. Like I only have 4 sets of colors, and 2 of them are eaten up by the player. So I have to be very careful about what colors I can use where. There's a lot of kind of sleight of hand going on there that really affects the design and layout of all the rooms in this game. Like that was one of the things that I liked about making an NES game. Things that aren't obvious to look at the game, but in terms of me making it, the set of colors that you can use in each room, and my adamant desire to always use enemies with consistent colors. Like all objects should always use the same colors wherever they appear. So like blue frogs are always blue frogs, green frogs are always green frogs, and they're different things. And I'll never make a purple frog just to fit in a room with another purple creature. With that constraint that I laid on myself, like I didn't have to make the game that way. It dictated things that I couldn't do in a lot of places. And it's something you wouldn't see. Oh, here you're using the coins. So this is Zigmund, the piggy bank. I don't know how many coins you've collected at this point, but
I
guess we'll
don't
see.
think it's enough yet.
But this is one use players can find for the coin, but the pig is fairly out of the way. I've seen people play through the whole game and never find the pig.
Mm.
Similarly to like never finding the moose, or it is a bit out of the way. You have found a lot of coins here. 14. That's a pretty good count. What was I saying? So yeah, like the actual machine ended up making a big impact on just the detailed layout of things that you just wouldn't see. And if I was making just like a retro themed indie game on PC, I wouldn't have had those constraints. I would have just put whatever enemy I thought was the best fit in every room, right?
Yeah.
In this, I had to make decisions. I had to work around what combinations. So I had like 2 free colors. Some enemies wanted to use 2 sets of colors. Most enemies just use 1 set of colors. And some enemies only use 2 out of the 3 colors, and then I reuse the 3rd color for something special. There's a lot of like weird things like that where I'm just working around how the colors work. And
You had you gave an update where you talked about that in another aspect where it bothered you that the lizard rider never had hair because you were at your limitation for colors, and you went through this whole thing where you're like, oh, if I use where the lizard suit has its eye shut when it's changing, you could borrow the eye color so that you could have hair on the rider sprite.
Yep. That is what I did. When I realized that its eye closed at some point, and that I could fit hair. So yeah, like the white color changes to, I guess you've got red hair in this playthrough.
Yeah.
It changes to red like very briefly, just for a couple frames. I wonder if that has. Thinking about that room. No, that room has blue drips from the ceiling. There's some things in the game that use that white color, but I don't think any of them appear in the same room as the lizard. Because then you'd see that thing change color, and the trick would be undone. I guess the Lizard of Coffee has snow in the same room. I must have used an extra white color in a different palette set for that one. Otherwise, the snow would have turned red. But the only thing that ends up changing color inconsistently is the color of the player character. I had their skin color. There's 3 different colors, just selected at random. One's more kind of yellow, and one's more kind of brown, and one's more kind of pink.
Yeah, I was wondering how those are triggered. If there was a certain button combination you did at start, or is it just random when you start the game?
It's randomly selected at the start of the game, and I did it because I just thought it would add to the mystery of who the player is. Who is this person inside the lizard? But it would also... I felt like it should be able to represent anybody. Anybody could be inside there. And there's kind of a concept that many people have been person inside the lizard. Which is sort of gradually discovered in the game. I guess it'll tie into the ending when we can see it. But I just wanted to be able to represent anybody, and I felt it really helped the thought of this not being a specific character, this being a community of people who have all played Lizard. I liked the ways that kind of reinforced that. And I don't know what influenced me on that. I remember mentioning playing XCOM, a turn-based strategy game where you have a collection of soldiers, but they're all randomly generated, and they just sort of appear. So every one of them has a face and a name, and you just kind of get to know these random people you've collected. They all have different abilities, and you sort of send them in the battle and see what they're good at. And I just really liked that about it. It made it feel international and global in the way that fit the theme of that game very well. Like you're supposed to be fighting aliens from space, and you're traveling all over the world to do that. And it seemed like you were recruiting anybody who's able from all over the world. And I don't know, I really liked how that fit the theme. So I ended up doing that. One thing I really liked about a consequence of that is, so with the invention of tool-assisted speedruns, like you have speedruns made to be controlled by a machine. At first, people did these just in emulators and would just like record input at every frame and then play it back. But more recently, people have made TaskBot and things like it to play that back on a real NES, and you could have a machine play another machine and watch the game that way. But because I deliberately put the randomization of the character before any other random decisions are made in the game, so that if you wanted to make a tool-assisted speedrun, you can reset the randomness after the player is selected. Mm-hmm. So if you run the same tool-assisted speedrun on hardware different times, you will get a different character. They'll have different hair and different skin tone. And I like that. I'm not sure if that happens in any other game that can be run that way. But I don't know. Well, I designed this game with that in mind. Like it's not like any game would have deliberately done that more than, the past 10 years or whatever. But I thought it was fun to play with that. Something I knew would only be discovered if somebody actually wants to do that. I had no idea if anybody would be interested enough in this game to do a tool-assisted speedrun of it. But I thought someone might, so I put that in to see if it would.
Yeah, there was a few task runs when I was looking up gameplay footage.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going back because there's a couple coins in places where I need particular lizards. So in that aspect, this run wasn't as efficient as it could be because, I have to now go back for Lizard of Swim or Lizard of Heat.
Oh, yeah, that kind of reminds me, so I was talking about the passwords and how they're the way that they are functional is that they can resume kind of like in mid-episode of one episode of one lizard, one boss. And they're bad at the long term. But what happened with speedrunner, speedrunners decided it was fair to use a password if you had already saved the game, because you can get back to that continue screen. I think you showed that a few minutes ago, how to get back there. But there's a couple ways you can get back to that screen, and because it is essentially a warp zone kind of thing where you can teleport to a location and get a specific lizard, so speedrunners would intentionally save at some point in the route and then skip all the other save points between there and the boss, and then they'd beat the boss, and then they could continue and go back to that point quickly. And they decided that was fair game, but entering a password manually, like changing the numbers, was not. So anytime you save, it changes the numbers on the continue screen. You can actually, if you're playing this game and you save and you hit reset, the password will stay on the continue screen, so you can pick up from where you left off, but you lose all your long-term progress.
If you're saying if I get a password and say I've beaten 3 bosses already, I haven't reset the game, but I go to the continue screen and I put in my password, will it still keep track of defeated bosses as long as you don't reset? Or will it go back to... Oh, that's interesting. I did not know that, so it is truly a warp room then.
Yeah, and that actually made a lot of interesting routing possibilities for the speedrun. And I'm not sure if I intended that or not. But I knew it could be done, and it was up to speedrunners to discover it and then decide this feature would make the speedrun more fun because we get more opportunities to try different routes and stuff. Yeah. So I liked that was discovered and found.
Here's the continue screen.
So, like, again, that aspect of the passwords is something I deliberately didn't want to be obvious. I wanted someone to have to figure that out by experimentation, by playing the game multiple times, or like trying stuff in the game and then saving and then see what happens. But again, like that does create the tension for people who just want to put down the game and come back to it and want linear progress, just want to play through it once, like a regular Metroidvania where you do all the work to do a thing and then you never have to do that thing again. And I understand that gameplay mentality. It's just I went all in on this game has no save. That was my feeling about it. And the one place I backed down on that was for the PC version. The PC version, it will save and let you resume from your last save from the title screen, and there's an extra option to continue there. And the reason I decided that, I made that decision pretty late, but I decided it was necessary. And it's just because your PC is not a dedicated machine. It doesn't only just play one game. Your NES, you turn it on with the lizard cart in it, that's all it's going to do until you turn it off. Your PC has everything else on it. You're going to use your web browser. You have to put things away and bring them back out. So I decided it would be too much for the game not to have some sort of save and resume option there. You needed to be able to put it down there. So I figured, like, somebody who plays NES has the hardware and are limited to that would be used to that, because that's by and large how NES games work. Like, some games had save batteries, but it's pretty rare. And it's mostly limited to like RPGs and stuff. But yeah, that was the one place I wanted to back down on that. But the main intent for it keeping progress, I think, was the idea that for somebody that really wants to bypass, like, they went through all the work to get the lizard and get to the boss, that they could make a set of passwords. If they figure out how the system works, they could make a set of passwords and just go straight to each boss and fight it and get through the game. Like, say you're having trouble accomplishing lizard in one sitting, you can reduce the problem to just beating 6 bosses if you do enough work of figuring out how it works. I don't know if anyone uses it that way, but I think that was my primary intent in letting the password continue that way, rather than just resetting the game and putting you in a location.
So that's the way you can get the Lizard of Knowledge to every boss. I don't know if you can beat the Octopus boss with just the knowledge, if you can jump over its sweeping path, but you then could get to every boss with the Lizard of Knowledge.
Oh, yeah, the Octopus is technically beatable with every lizard. It's extremely difficult to do it with anything but the Lizard of Swim. and I don't think you can get to it. At least I don't know of a way to get to it, except there is a boss rush mode in the game, which you can get. There's basically a password that unlocks it, and that gives you more options to try more lizards on all the bosses. But there's also cheat codes. I mean, like, there's a way to do it if you really want to. Just you can't do it without... what's the word? You can't do it without... I don't think you can do it without external help. Like, to know the cheat code, somebody else would have to tell you that it exists, I think. I don't think anyone would discover it by accident. The boss rush you can discover, like, it's a reward for completing the game quickly.
Is it the Prince of Persia time limit? 1 hour or something?
Yeah, Prince of Persia might have inspired that a little bit. Like, Prince of Persia was the first game I ever had that asked me to play it fast. I don't know if I described that part of it when I was talking about it earlier, but like the game has a 1 hour time limit. But infinite lives. This game doesn't have a time limit, but I think that was more directly inspired by Metroid, or like Metroid always had different endings depending on how long you spent beating it. But Prince of Persia demanded you play it fast. And because of the way that the timer slowly ran out, it meant if you spent time exploring, you couldn't finish the game. So you'd have to play the game multiple times and let the time run out. Like, you'd have to play it, get as far as you can, and learn what you can for the next playthrough. And I think that aspect of it definitely did influence like how I structured Lizard. Because I did think of it fundamentally as you're not going to beat this in one session. You're going to play multiple sessions and then eventually figure out a way to put it all together. In a much more open way than Prince of Persia did it, but because Prince of Persia was just level after level in a linear fashion, even though individual levels are kind of a little bit more open to exploration and stuff. But the idea of one playthrough isn't going to be your only playthrough was pretty key to how I thought about it. And that's one thing in particular that I hadn't thought about, how it's deeply ingrained in the Metroidvania genre, which this game is flirting with, that people really expect to do one playthrough, that all their progress should carry into one save. And I didn't realize quite how much I was rubbing against that. Like, I knew I was doing not that, but it took like finally releasing it and getting all the feedback about it to realize like how much the culture expects that. and how much it would rub a lot of people the wrong way. So yeah, like, I know a lot of ways in which people don't like this game, but the same things I feel I've traded for the things that people really like in this game. So I don't know, it's a hard decision to make, but I am happy with the decisions I've made with the game. So people do sometimes ask me if I regret, or like if there are things I would change. And I think there are some things that like came out that could probably come out more interesting if I spent a lot more time on them. Like, some of the bosses could be a bit more interesting, but at the same time, when I was finished developing the game, like, I had filled up all the space of the cartridge. There wasn't room to add more code. So, like, making more complex behaviors for things would have been hard. I would have had to balance cutting something else in the game. Like I'd have to make the world smaller or something to add space for code, or I don't know. There's a point where like the space constraints of the hardware become very real in a way that it doesn't matter when you're starting out and there's still a lot of space left over. If you want to write pages and pages and pages of code for a boss and make a really complicated boss, that's fine. But when you start making a game on a large scale and have a specific goal, oh, here we've broken the piggy bank. So, well, I don't know. It's too late for a spoiler warning, but for anybody who didn't want to know what happens there, this is what happens. So this in particular, I thought would be a fun reward. It's just, if you've collected all the coins, obviously you've seen probably everything in the game, and if you hadn't, you now have a way to go and look at absolutely everything you can get anywhere with this lizard. And also this lizard ties in with the ending of the game, which I guess we'll see in a bit. But like, it's intended that you find the ended, or it's expected. I don't want to say intended, because like I intend for people to do lots of different things. Here we find a mysterious human. So this is where you can get the Lizard of Knowledge back. So sometimes people ask, like, oh, how do I get the Lizard of Knowledge back? And there's a couple ways. But this is the one way where the Lizard of Knowledge actually exists in the world, and you can always get it. But like, you can use a password, you can use a cheat code, you can beat a boss. There's a couple ways to get it back. So here we found, I put myself in the game to be discovered by the person who's found all the coins. I forget what I was saying before the coin moment happened. I think back.
You were talking about when people asked you if you were changed anything about the game. You started talking about that.
Right. Yeah. Okay. So I limited to a 0.5 megabyte cartridge because that's what fits on a power pack. Anything bigger than that, and you need hardware that just isn't around to test on, or you need to build your own cart for it. The types of ROM chips get more expensive and more complicated to build a board for, that kind of thing. So 0.5 megabyte is a good limit, and it's the size of like the bigger NES games. So that is a reasonable limit. But at some point you have to reckon with, this is how much data you can put in a game, and I can either spend it on making this boss more interesting, or I could make this part of the world more interesting. I could put in more music. You have to make a choice like that at some point, and that also is a very hard decision, because it's just like, they're all good things that you want, but you can't have them all. And that also is something that I like about the NES, the fact that one of the limitations is that the amount of stuff you can put in the game has to stop at some point. There's a limit. and I do want to finish the game at some point when I'm making it. I spent a lot more time making this game than I thought I was going to. And I'm really happy with how it turned out, but I'm glad there was a thing to keep a hard endpoint. Just a point where I literally can't put more stuff into the game. There are things I saw, like with the speed run, that I wish I could have made a little bit better. In particular, the river area, because there's no way to speed it up. It's got a fixed amount of time, and it's fairly lengthy. And same with the frog boss. I I wish there were ways to make that faster, even though it's not really relevant unless you're speed running. But I think it would have been fun to put in like a hard to discover warp that gets to the middle of the river or something like that. But at the same time, I'm not sure where I would have put that and how to make it interesting to discover. I mean, that's a whole design problem in itself, but I kind of would have liked something to make those areas more active for somebody who wants to try and play the game as fast as they can. Active in terms of being able to make it last less time. Oh, so here you're finding another secret. So I made this room so that it's like really hard to get on top of this platform, and it looks like there's a wall at the edge, but there's a little gap in it that you can see, and there you just jump through it. And then even if you get through there, you end up having to deal with these enemies and those arrows that shoot, which hopefully should hint that you need the Lizard of Stone. But I saw someone who didn't find this spot, but they found... So there's 2 broken chains here, and below this room is a basin of water where the water's dripping into, and the block that's fallen from those chains is down there in the water. And a friend of mine played this game for the first time recently and found that block in the water and just found it like super suspicious, thought there had to be something about that block, and they wondered about it a lot. So I hope they eventually find this lizard. So this is the Lizard of Death. As you can see, it has a little sickle that it can touch things with and turn them to bones. Incidentally, the bones counter in the game is affected by not only your own. If you kill anything with the Lizard of Death, each of those counts.
Consequences if you're looking for a 0 death run.
Yeah.
So what made you put in the Lizard of Death? Or, what led you to putting this in?
I thought this would be another interesting consequence, because this is very different than any of the other lizards that you can have in the game. I guess it added a lot of constraints, because now any enemy that you could kill had to have like bone sprites that I knew most players wouldn't see, but it's still, it's into the memory budget, and a little bit of code for them all. They mostly share code, because it just, once they turn into the bones, it's the same thing. It's this bone that throws in a little arc and falls off the screen. So they all use the same code for that. So there's just a little bit of code to hook it up for each enemy, but it was something that I had to design into every single enemy. And there were some enemies I decided couldn't be killed. Things that were undead or inanimate. Like there's those bone snakes in the void zone. But you can actually use it on all of the bosses that you can reach. There's one boss, the raccoon boss. They're like trapped behind a volcano area. You can't get to them. And so I didn't make bone sprites for them, I don't think. Actually, I might have drawn some, and then I might have removed them afterwards to like make room for something else. But I think that's the only boss that you can't use it on. Oh, and the snake boss, like the river boss, because there's no...
Yeah,
you have
can't
to be
get
using the surfboard.
It is an odd experience using the Lizard of Death after so long of, besides the Lizard of Heat, which can kill frogs.
Yeah.
It's an odd experience because you walk away the whole time thinking you're this visitor in a world maybe you're not supposed to be, and that you don't attack in. That you end up defeating these bosses through other means that, is it a good thing to defeat them or not? And then all of a sudden you get the Lizard of Death, and now you can kill anything, and it's a odd feeling to grapple with. Whether that's, ultimately you keep using it, or you're like, well, no, I can't beat the Lizard of Death.
Yeah, I like that experience of it. Yeah, as a game where like you don't have a weapon, to suddenly give you one in a very secret and out of the way way. Oh, so this is Julie. This is a reference to a game. I can't even remember what the game is called. I think it's called like April something Director's Cut. And it's just like a weird RPG Maker game that's only like 20 minutes long. And there's a dungeon called a bread dungeon in it. Somebody made a video of themselves playing this game, and bread dungeon is misspelled. And it looked like Brad Dungeon. And Brad's the game.
Yeah.
So that I saw that phrase. I don't know how I ran across this video, but if you look up "looks like I'm in a Brad dungeon," you'll find a video of it, and you might still be able to download the game and play it. But the video is just funny. Like, it's just a person playing it and saying silly things about the things that are happening. But then they're like, "Looks like I'm in a Brad dungeon." They were just like so shocked by it, they repeated it a bunch of times. And that's kind of the end of the video. They just cut it off there. So I made the main character from that game an Easter egg in this game, which, you'd need to find this Lizard of Beyond to even get there. And you can actually talk to it, but you can't do it without using the password system. I don't think. I say can't, and then like sometimes there's things that you can do that I didn't expect in the game.
Yeah.
But I put her in the final credits because I thought it would add some mystery. Like, here's a thing that you probably haven't seen. What's it doing in the credits? Where can I find it? So I just wanted to just leave that mystery for people who haven't found it, because it's one of the very hardest things to find in the game, I'd say.
So this is the final boss time.
So, like all those other characters that you meet in the endings, if you don't have the Lizard of Knowledge, you get scrambled text because you don't understand language. So this boss would be talking at you, but you wouldn't know what to do. With the final boss, I tried a bunch of ideas on paper for a while and then tried to work on stuff. This was what I eventually came up with. That I wanted something that... Ideally, I wanted something that every lizard could have an advantage in some way, but that turned out to be like too much of a too complicated to design. Like, how do I make a single room that has a unique thing for 6 different lizard powers that only that lizard has an advantage in, and then make it fun to play it that way? So ultimately, I made this, where you end up hopping between platforms as they become accessible. And they're kind of made out of that rainbow flame that the flames to enter the boss area were made of. And you can use, like the Lizard of Stone, you can use to just hang out and have an easy time with this boss battle. Or the Lizard of Swim, you could swim in the water, as long as you don't touch the bottom there. The Lizard of Surf has like a tiny advantage that you can skip across some of the water, maybe. Not really that useful. But Lizard of Bounce wouldn't really help here. And what are the other ones? Lizard of Heat. No use here. And there's nothing to push. So I couldn't figure out a way to live up to that design goal. And I went with this instead. So this is the Lizard of Lizard talking to you and typing away at their computer. And if you bring the Lizard of Knowledge, then you can find out what they're saying. And then this portal opens up. And there's the book. So during the battle, if you want to call it a battle, the book was flipping from side to side, and you could see it going dark and light. And that was supposed to go along with that recto verso idea, two sides of the world. You can actually approach the boss fight from two sides, and there is a mirrored flipped version of that boss fight. Most people don't go to the other one, but you can fight it in reverse. And it's a tiny difference, but it doesn't... It's almost inconsequential, but it's there. It's just there to reinforce the theme. So here you finally get names for all the enemies. So you chose to read from the book in this ending, but you could also go through that portal and there'd be a different kind of ending. And if you don't have the Lizard of Knowledge, you can't read the book at all because you don't have the knowledge.
It's an interesting ending because you kind of start the game, not understanding of why you're here, and then you come to the end, and then you've read and you understand. It's an interesting experience. It's different than a lot of games.
I saw one person who played through it, and then they got that line, and they laughed because they felt they understood nothing. And the character who's reading the book understands, but not necessarily you as the player.
I had a good experience with it because I played through this several times while preparing this, and the first time I played through it, I decided to go into the final area with the Lizard of Stone. So then I couldn't read the book, and I got the other ending. So then playing through it again to get the ending, reading the book was a good experience.
So the cat with the crown, his name is actually Bowie, but I put it in Japanese characters. There's a line from the David Bowie song Ziggy Stardust where he describes Ziggy as a cat from Japan. So it's sort of a tribute to him. He passed away like midway through development. I had actually already named the cat. The cat was initially named after another cat named David Bowie, who was named after David Bowie. I have a friend, actually, the McClares are some friends of mine. They have a cat who they named David Bowie. They just call him Dave most of the time, but I named this cat in the game after that cat. But then I sort of tied it in with actual David Bowie. And there's actually a line, if you can bring the Lizard of Knowledge to that cat, there's a line from one of his songs that you can make appear, but it'll be in Japanese text, because the line is actually in Japanese in the song as well. I just thought it'd be fun, and it'd be mysterious, especially if you don't know Japanese. I'd like to put in things that would, give someone something to think about or try to figure out.
I'm interested of the Lizard of Beyond. Like, my impression was going to be this all-powerful lizard, and it takes you places. You can speak to Brad. But it kind of turns out the Lizard of Knowledge is the I wouldn't say all powerful, but the lizard that's the key to the game. It's
It is?
interesting. Yeah, because like if you bring the lizard of beyond to the boss battle, I don't think you can get this ending because you can't read the book.
Yeah, that's right.
It's interesting. Because you would think like a flying entity would be like, oh, this is the best one.
Yeah, I definitely wanted it to be a trade so that they all have an advantage, and then I guess they'll have a shared disadvantage of whatever it is they all can do, but can't do more than that. But yeah, at the same time, I did want to encourage the idea that maybe the Lizard of Knowledge is useless. Like they just don't figure out anything to do with it right away, and that they end up throwing it away once they have an opportunity, and then forget about it for a long time. But it's also one of the things that's kind of weird, like with how people stream games now a lot, and people like to play things in one session. Like it also made me realize, like my multi-session episodic kind of plan, often doesn't fit that kind of play style very well, just because you want to play for hours on end, and you want to feel like you're making progress, that you're not going to be showing your viewers the same thing again and again. And I honestly hadn't had that in mind when I was designing it. Like that wasn't the kind of experience I was thinking about. Which isn't to say, like a lot of people who stream it have a good experience with it, but the way like a normal Metroidvania is designed is kind of a linear one-way progress kind of situation, which this game isn't. There are times where I expect you to get lost and eventually get frustrated and turn off your NES, or just run out of time or come back to it later. I think a lot about playing games when I was a kid, like how much I thought about games when I wasn't playing them.
Mm-hmm.
When I was at school, at recess or whatever. Sometimes I'd carry the manuals with me and read them at recess, or but even like I'd come home from school and I'd have like half an hour to play a video game, and then my parents would be home and want to watch TV, and I can't use the TV, and like I couldn't play a game for 6 hours in a row.
Yeah.
Like that. Maybe on the weekend, if I was lucky and nobody else wanted the TV that day, that could happen, but normally it wouldn't. It's very different now, where typically like everybody has their own screen. Like you can play video games in your room or whatever. Like it's not unusual for someone to have I guess a television or a computer in their room, basically. Where, I don't know, growing up, it was like there was a limited amount of time I could play video games each day, and I had to. I would just be my imagination would be fertile the rest of the day, thinking about what I was going to do next time I got back to it, and there was an excitement about that. But I mean, a lot of people have had positive experiences streaming. I think I've talked a lot about the ways in which people sometimes don't like my game, but it's been really nice to see a lot of people get a lot out of it.
Yeah.
And I'm really happy with how it turned out.
That's great to hear. After playing through it, I walked away with it being, very happy with the experience and everything. And you commenting about, when you're away from the game and the thought or the imagination. I was kind of laughing internal because so I originally recorded this as just a straight playthrough with no optional content. Um, and then it just was bugging me at night. I kept thinking about it. I'm like, these coins, what do they do? I have to get all these coins. And after a few days of thinking about this, I'm like, all right, I have to I have to play it again.
So, one of the ways I even like the hearing about the experience of someone collecting the coins for a while and then deciding that they're worthless and then making the decision to stop collecting them. And I feel like that choice and decision is even like a valuable thing in itself. I'm not sure if the people playing it who make that decision feel the same way, but I like that idea of like I've decided what these coins are worth and now I'm taking action. It's like an active agency or a decision you get to make that some people like to make. To me, that's good. I like I like seeing someone make a choice. They had a feeling about the coins and they did something about it. And that's one of the intended ways they intend. I hoped people would play the game, but I don't know if it comes across as a positive to those people in the same way. Like that's one of the things that becomes like personal when like if they have an open line to talk to me, it's like, why did you put these useless coins in the game? I feel like if I was faceless, if it was just like a game that came from a corporation, there would be a different kind of feeling towards it. Like the feel that you can just kind of do what you want with the game and decide what it is for yourself. I don't want somebody to be burdened with the thoughts of the author, like who I am, but it's often hard to disentangle those things. Like it can matter. It's one way you can experience something, but I just want it to be. I want there to be room to make your own fun out of it. If you want to play it a different way than anything I thought of, then that makes me happy. I love seeing people do different things with it. Or like I mentioned, seeing children play it that's been the best part of it, which hasn't happened too often, especially not like the past year or so. But having an opportunity to see, someone who doesn't even have much experience with video games, like just trying it and seeing what they find fun in this thing, that was really neat the few times I've been able to witness that.
You have any other plans for Lizard? I guess going beyond the NES, you released it for PC, Linux, Mac, DOS. Do you have other plans for Lizard, whether that's additional platforms or a sequel or a universe to build upon?
I'm not sure. I have two ideas for other Lizard games, but they'll both be very different games than the first Lizard. I keep saying that Lizard 2 is going to be the Lizard of Skate. It'll be a skateboarding game of some sort. I don't know if I'll actually make this game. But that's one idea that I have. I have ideas for like enough games to occupy the rest of my life. If I have the means to just make games alone for the rest of my life, I have enough material to work on. But the thing is, like, I don't feel like the ideas are inherently good just for like games are made good by long, diligent work, putting together all the details and making sure they hang together correctly. So, like, having an idea for a game isn't. I don't consider that a super valuable thing, but I do have thoughts about things that I think would be interesting to explore, and that's that's one thought. I have thought about taking Lizard to other platforms. I've There are some things in the works for modern platforms. I don't know if it'll work out, but I'm looking into that. That's a bit tricky to pull off. I looked at other like retro platforms. I am kind of getting interested in Sega Genesis and Super NES. I've finally reacquired machines and flash carts, and I've been looking at them. I recently came to possess an Apple II,
Mm.
and I've been experimenting with that. Partly, I just wanted to expand my knowledge of kind of like retro programming environments and learning a bit more about machines, but I'm getting interested in these machines as I work on them. The problem with Lizard, like, I'm not sure I'd want to make a Super Nintendo or a Genesis version just because I feel the way it looks on NES is fundamental to its design. I wouldn't want to make Lizard with more colors and fancier music or something. I'd want to make the same NES experience but on another platform. And that's what I did for the DOS port. The DOS port I made just because like DOS is where I kind of got my start in learning to program. Or not really learning to program games, I guess. I actually started on an Atari ST when I was pretty young, but on the DOS computer, I got a lot of knowledge about how to work with hardware and stuff like that. On the Atari ST, it was just like basic and stuff. There's a lot of stuff I didn't know just learning to program, but then learning how to work with hardware and stuff like that. I learned so much on that platform. It was a really neat place for learning that. And I realized I couldn't get Lizard to run on any emulators that were from that era that ran on DOS computers. So I started thinking maybe I'd like to just see how quick I can make a DOS port of it. And it was a few days of work, but it wasn't. Most of the problem I had with it was sound hardware, actually. Emulators like DOSBox are really lenient about what they support. They're just made to be compatible with existing games. If you're trying to write a new game and you misinterpret the documentation on like how to write software for this hardware, you might do something that's a little bit off that the emulator says, "Oh, that's fine. Here's your sound." I had to actually buy a DOS machine, which I hadn't had one in years, and tested on it and realized what was wrong before I could get that finished. But that's something I end up feeling very strongly about. If I want to develop software for retro machines, I need the real hardware somewhere so that I can actually test it on that just to be sure, because there's always unknowns. And for a long time, before I had this thought that I wanted to develop software for them, I was like getting rid of all my old machines. I sold my old SNES. I had a Genesis. I had a PlayStation. I had all sorts of things that I got rid of. And now I want them back.
Yeah.
Because now everything I wanted to test. I didn't mind when I just wanted to play games or something. I think emulators are great for that, but they're built to match software that already exists. And an emulator is not sufficient to test software that's new, that has never been guaranteed to run on the machine. At least that's how I feel about it. And the same thing about, I think a Mister is a really great thing for playing games on. I don't have one, but I really like the idea of it, like this open source platform that acts very similar to the original hardware and is just easier to use and reconfigurable, reprogrammable, open source, like all those great things. But I can't use it to test software because it's not the original hardware. It's a new clone, which has its own limitations, and it's, again, built in the same way emulators. It's built around things that it needs to run. So I can't use it for that, but I like the idea of it. I like that other people have it.
How much differences did you run into when you were making Lizard between emulators and original hardware? Was there things that originally you were doing that worked on emulators and then you found out it's actually different on original hardware?
For Lizard, pretty much nothing actually,
Mm.
but like there's a period of learning how the hardware works where you keep running into things like that where the emulator's fine with this, but you get garbage on the screen because I did a thing that the emulator doesn't care about, but the actual thing does. So I think when I started Lizard, I forget when I started actually like running software on the NES, probably around like 2012, and I think 2012, yeah, maybe around then. 2011, 2012 is when I got an NES. So I'd been working with it for a few years. I'd done like a music cartridge release of my Dark Side of the Moon thing. That kind of got me through the process of learning, like here are the things that the emulator won't tell you about. Once I got those out of the way, there are very little surprises. Usually anything that works on the emulator will work on the hardware because I know the dark areas to avoid that the emulators don't support correctly. However, if you want to start putting in like a technical effect that other games didn't do before, again, I have to test on the hardware. Like it's that I have to test to make sure it will work. And also, like I needed to do final testing on the hardware, but I didn't. There weren't any surprises. I did have to test to make sure, but there weren't surprises with Lizard. But with technical stuff that is new, like if you're trying to do just any kind of new effect that no game has done before, if you can't point to a game that's already doing this and working in an emulator, you can't guarantee that it's going to work the same until you actually try it. So anything I'm unsure of, I test. But in general, emulators have gotten quite good. And since the development of Mason, that one's quite fantastic and lets you look at like video timings in a way that I've never seen in an emulator before. I guess I've kind of seen in the form of like development hardware for the Xbox 360. Like they had stuff that would capture like a GPU frame, and then you could inspect it like byte by byte. What's the data? What is the buffer that you're drawing into? Look at after each layer of pixel is drawn, and you can step through the code and simulate it and debug the shader, like all sorts of stuff like that. But it's basically that for an NES. Like you can just go fine-grained into the tiny details, and it matches the hardware quite well at this point. Like it's a lot of the things that I had to learn when I was learning, like I was talking about surprises when moving to hardware. Mason now does. Like Mason now will catch, which is kind of amazing. So the barrier there is even smaller than it was before, which is really nice.
I guess we should talk a little bit about the Kickstarter development of it, since we kind of started to speak about it.
Okay.
So what drove you to the Kickstarter platform for releasing the game or the development of the game?
I think my initial plan was just to finish the game and then announce it.
Mhm.
But so I worked on it for I don't know how long before the Kickstarter. I'd have to look up. Offhand, I don't remember exactly when I started working on it. But I started seeing Kickstarters, and they looked like a good promotional tool. The way I don't like about Kickstarter, it takes a significant chunk of the money earned. Like that's kind of the price you pay for them being a good promotion platform. So it was worthwhile in that respect, but I was hesitant to jump in on it, partly because of that kind of thing, like all the fees that you pay there. But there was some point where I reached a time where I felt I had a pretty good set of things, like a demo I could show. Kickstarter was getting kind of popular. It looked like a good place to promote things. And also I was at a point in my life or a point in my finances that I had saved up where I thought, if I do a Kickstarter for this, I could probably afford to develop it a bit longer and do a better job of it. So I decided it was worth doing. Running the Kickstarter itself was kind of, it was a surprise to me just how much work it was. Like I thought I would be able to develop the game during that month that I ran the Kickstarter, and I was not able to at all. Like I was spending all my working hours either like answering questions or talking to people about things, or like preparing for the next announcement on Kickstarter, like anything you've got to. So I was surprised that like that became a full-time job for the month that it ran. But it was worth doing. It raised a bunch of money, let me put away right away, like here's the money that's going to go to produce carts. Like I know that we're at least going to get 100 or 200 carts of lizard or whatever it was. So it was nice to have kind of a sure thing there on my side. Of course, like a Kickstarter is not a sure thing for anybody backing a Kickstarter. Like many of them fail and you get nothing. And like as somebody running it, I don't know how to guarantee to somebody that I'm going to stick through this the long haul. Any way it works. Like ultimately, Lizard has not yet broken even in terms of like the amount of time I put into it versus what I've gotten back. But, I want people to be able to trust me if I put out a Kickstarter and I say, this game will eventually finish, that it will. And I guess I've succeeded in doing that. I mean, Lizard came out a couple of years late. After the Kickstarter happened, I ended up like basically one of my roommates wanted to move out and move somewhere else, and so our lease was ending. So I moved back home with my mom, and basically like the cost of my rent went way down, my cost of living, and I thought I should take advantage of that and just stretch my savings as long as I could to make a good game. So I did that, and that stretched out the development of the game quite a bit longer than I had promised, and I felt bad about that. Maybe that's some of the incentive for me, like making as many posts as I did, like trying to detail the making of the game. I just wanted people to know that I was still working on it and that this was going to happen. But the worst thing I feel about being late on delivery is just people who might have backed it and now can't enjoy it for whatever reason. If it's later, like maybe, like 2 years is a long time in someone's life. They might no longer have an NES or like whatever. Lots of stuff can happen to a person. So I worry about that. But I think for the most part, it was just nice when people finally got the game. But I feel at least that having done this once, that people will understand my dedication. Like if I promise something on Kickstarter, they will get something. unless something completely terrible happens to me. But like I would do everything in my power to finish it. I won't let it go on forever. So I would hope to have cultivated that reputation, but I don't know. If I do another Kickstarter though, like I want to be closer to delivery so that there isn't as much of room for it to slip like Lizard did.
Yeah.
Even though doing it for Lizard I think resulted in a much better game. I don't like that I did that to people to make them wait that long for it.
There was a trade-off for the time. Everyone got a longer and better game. You increased your workload on it when you switched to the other mapper, doing 2 screens instead of 1 screen, extra content and everything. And then it's also like it says a lot on your commitment because you didn't get any more budget out of it. You increased the game, and you're doing this all on your time for more time, more years.
Mhm.
So looking at that, I think that does speak to you, even though it was late. You increased the game and you stayed committed to it.
Mhm.
You just brought up you ended up using your Kickstarter updates as a tutorial or a behind the scenes of making a game.
Mhm.
And I think somewhere in there you said that was important to you, that teaching aspect.
Yeah, I'd actually like to. I've had in mind. I want to write some tutorials on like NES development specifically. I've seen others, but I don't know. I feel we could use more. Like people learn everything by different routes, and I think another take on it would be good to have. So that's something I've had in mind for a while, and it's just a lot of. I have so many projects that I want to do, and I keep deciding which one is the important one for now. But I'd like to do some tutorials on programming the NES. And one idea I'd really like to realize, I really like BASIC as kind of like an easy to learn programming language, and I like the idea of Family Basic for the Famicom, which you can run on an NES as well, but you need to find a way to hook up a keyboard somehow. But you can emulate it pretty easily. But I'd really love to see something like that, but updated for the modern environment, like expecting that you could run it in an emulator, and like I could make a web page with an emulator in it and have all sorts of tools that interact in the web page with the thing, so you could just like use your mouse and keyboard and make NES stuff, and then you could save the ROM and just throw it on an actual NES and still experience the hardware way. That's a project I'd like to do. I don't know if I'll get to do it, but it's like somewhere on my list of things to do. But in between that, I think there's stuff that I could write that would help people get into NES development or retro development. And I would like to pursue that a bit, but depends on what I find time and priorities for.
It's that touches upon something else too that I want to ask you about. That balancing between your how much of your ideas you talk about or things that are a possibility to in a public session or forum, like what you hold back. You mentioned something you reflected upon an interview with Peter from Rock Paper Shotgun about the desire to talk about potential development, but that you have to hold it back because even though you have all good intentions of releasing these things or integrating these things, it may not actually be a possibility. So I was interested in that came from somewhere personally from you, or you just looking at others and saying, I should hold back on talking about all of these possibilities.
Well, I mean, sort of what I was saying about ideas before. Like, I don't put a whole lot of value in ideas for
Mhm.
games because, well, I think the end result would be really great or has potential to be really neat. It's not real until you actually make it. I don't like to raise people's hopes for something that, um, I can't commit to. So, like, I have a lot of ideas for things that I could do, like that basic idea. Like, I would really love to see it. Uh, Honestly, ideally, somebody else would do it, and then I could use theirs. Um, but I don't want to put it out there that I'm going to do it because, like,
Yeah.
I don't want anybody to expect that and be waiting for it. I feel that that's one thing. So I'm involved in a lot of open source projects. Um, there's a big problem there where, like, if all your labor is volunteer labor for continuing a project, um, you have to you write up public plans for the next version of it, but it's when can you get to it? Like, when can you afford to spend the time it needs on that thing? And um, the same way, like when you put out multiple versions of a thing, like people have different opinions on it. Uh, if you float an idea for a future version of the software, like some people will be eager to get it. A lot of people won't care about it, but it's like the more stuff you put out there, the more people are waiting for things, and the less of them that you can actually do. So I don't know. I don't like raising expectations for something that's gonna
Mm.
take a very long time or may never happen. Um, for the same reason, like Lizard, I didn't do a Kickstarter for it until I had a demo that I could just give to someone and say, like, you could play this and see what the game's like. And at the time when I did the demo, like I felt, um, like I did feel that the end of development was, I don't know, I think I was promising like 6 months later. Um, I could have finished the game in the 6 months. It's just it would have been a much smaller game.
Mm.
And maybe it was what I was promising in the Kickstarter, but I just thought there was much more value to try and do something bigger.
Yeah.
And I hated doing it. I loved that I got to make something bigger, but I hated living in that state of having promised something and having to be this late on it. So I don't want to, I try not to do that. I try not to float too many ideas and give people expectations. Because they do weigh on me.
Did that drive you into releasing the source code or your tools, or is that something that was always important to you to do?
Oh, releasing the source code for Lizard, I always wanted to do that. So I talked about being involved in open source software. I really like being able to look at how a game was made or a program was made, or if there's software I really like using it, but because it's free software, the person making it can't afford time to spend on it, but maybe I need some little changes to it. And if I spend the time myself, I can get that to happen for myself. It's so useful to be able to work on your own tools. As far as like NES game development, I think there's a lot of like smaller scale examples, but very few larger scope things as an example of how to do it. And I think personally, I've learned so much as a programmer from reading other people's codes. Like other people just have different ideas that I wouldn't think of, that I wouldn't learn on myself, and that I might not learn from a book or study from. Like I went to university. I have a computer science degree, but there's so much that I learned just from the act of going through other people's code and understanding how they wrote it and how it works. And I want to give other people that opportunity. And so, yeah, like that's part of the desire. Like I do want to write tutorials for NES development. So I'm comfortable talking about that because I feel I can get that done at some point in a reasonable time frame in the near future. Like that's something I definitely will do. I don't know exactly when, but like the other thing I like about putting out source for it is that I can't ever lose it now. It's out there. It's on the internet. If I lose it, I can find it. I can download it again. Somebody else will have it. The problem with it is that it's like it's kind of anti-commercial to put out your source code. Like here are all my trade secrets. Here's everything I learned about making video games for the NES. And if you want to take my ideas, put them to use, go ahead. But also, like, I don't feel competitive about it. Like, I feel having access to the technology that I used will make it easier for somebody else to make a game, maybe. I don't feel it'll take away from my game. I'm not too worried about somebody like profiting off of a thing I made. Like somebody could make a reskin of Lizard. Nobody has yet, but they could do it. And release it legally and make money from it. But I think I'd just be happy about that. I'd be happy to see my engine being reused. Like I feel like, I don't know. I know if you look at commercial games, like people always ask why Nintendo doesn't release Mother 3 and stuff like that, because like it's obviously a thing they could do. But to me it makes sense from a business standpoint. Like they pick a certain number of things to focus on and market at any given time. And it just doesn't look like a high priority, like a thing that'll return well on their investment compared to other things that they're working on. And I get that. Even though I would buy Mother 3 if it came out on if they had put it on Wii U or whatever. I don't have a Switch, but I would have bought it. But I understand it not being the best use of their money financially. But for a gamer who wants to play games, like more games isn't a problem for you. Like you probably would buy both of them, you know? It depends. It's whether you're looking at like a smaller scale or a larger scale. Like Nintendo's looking at a big scale of things. So like I don't worry about competing with other games, because in the indie games market, there's 1,000 new games a day. There's nothing to worry about in terms of market saturation. So if I make it easy for somebody to make a competing Lizard game, that's not a problem for me, you know? But for Nintendo to release source code of their like Mario Odyssey, like that'd be pretty weird. Like I wouldn't expect to see something like that. But then again, people are like leaking and decompiling old Nintendo games all the time, it seems. Like there is that whole project to reverse engineer Mario 64, and they went through and figured out like the specific compiler that was used and used it to reverse engineer some version of the code. And then I think later just like the source code got straight up leaked or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's really bizarre. but I can understand, like, it's not normal to do that, releasing source code for a commercial project, but I feel like it doesn't do anything but help awareness of the project, and it might help someone else make a game, and that I'd love to see that. I'd love
It
to see a
does.
Lizard fan game, but I haven't seen one yet.
There's like two aspects to it. You know, it's really admirable that like you release all this stuff for people to use to increase their own work on their own projects. But the other part of it is it brings awareness to your own work and your own skills. You know, if someone can look at that and say, Brad, he made a really good game, a really good engine. He put out all these other information. There's the two aspects of it: giving to the community, but also it brings awareness to yourself, and either directly or indirectly. I'd like to think that led to other work for you, either now or in the future.
I hope that it does. Like, I feel releasing Lizard, like I remember around the time of release or around the time of doing a Kickstarter, like there's a real grasping for like, who do I reach out to try and get the word out about my game? Who would be interested in knowing about it? Who would talk about it if I sent them a copy? That kind of thing. And having released the game, for my next game, whenever that happens, I have so much of a head start on that, because I've met so many people from releasing the game who like enjoyed it, and I know I would love to. I know they would love to help get the word out about another game. Like that kind of thing. Like I have a hard time looking at traditional advertising. Like I was talking about how like I don't watch TV. I can't imagine buying a television ad for Lizard. Like would people who watch TV want to buy Lizard after seeing a TV ad for it? I don't know. Like I see television ads for like phone games that you can play on your phone, or like huge scale Nintendo Switch games or whatever, but I'm just not operating in that space. And there's more targeting advertisement on things like Facebook and stuff, but like I just don't see. It's hard to look at any place like that and feel like it's good use of money when more personal contacts seem to do a lot, like have a lot more mileage in this kind of space, like in homebrew games, indie games. I feel like word of mouth is like the biggest motivator for a lot of this stuff. Which is really weird. So it's hard to know how to market a game like this. And I do feel that there are a lot of long-term advantages to having released Lizard. I feel like I'm proud of the game that I've made, and I feel that it's gotten the ball rolling a bit. Like I have a much better shot for whatever my next thing to release is. So I'm optimistic about prospects for another game, but yeah, I don't have anything planned to release in the very near future. There is a game I'm working on, which I guess I can talk. Well, I don't know. Maybe I'll talk about it later because it's still too early. But I am working on a game. I did manage to do the Always Awakening project, so I guess I have another kind of significant NES game releasing. It's weirder with that one because that was work for hire. Like I don't own it. I think it's a great product, but it's out of my hands now. It's like up to somebody else to market and sell and produce. so I just get to stand by and watch. But it was a great project to be a part of, and I don't know, it was amazing to play it on the NES, even though even though I made it myself. It was so nice to have, like, just not to be responsible for every single part of it, so that I can still be surprised when, like, something new goes in and it's like, oh, this looks great. And it's fresh to me. It's not something I made every tiny detail of. So yeah, I'm looking forward to releasing another game. I don't have a timeline for it. But it is in the plans. I have been working on it.
So that other unnamed project, is that are you back to solo development for that, or are you gonna have a small team for it?
Yeah, it's back to just me.
Okay.
I don't know. Like, the thing about starting a team, like, you really become a company once it's more than like, maybe if it's like one person that you live with, it could be more like an informal thing, but like, as soon as you get a couple of people, it's a whole different ball game. There's a lot more to manage as a company, and especially in terms of, like, knowing how much work was done by each person and, like, who has what stake in the project. Like, there's all these things to work out that I don't have to worry about as just me. If it's just me, I can spend as much time as I want on it, and I know I own all of it, so it simplifies a lot of things. At the same time, it's lonely and it's slow. But I don't know. It's a reasonable trade. I get, not like I'm alone. I still interact with people. It's just I'm working alone. So I really got to enjoy that with Always Awakening, just like having people to work with again, because that was a part of my job that I really liked, like back when I was in more professional commercial development of games. I liked working with a team of people and solving their problems, and figuring out how to explain things to them, or what they're asking for, or what they need. You want to give them what they need, not necessarily what they asked for, Like, that's always a thing about, well, making anything, but I miss that. I really do. But I also really like, being in control of a project that's just me.
There might be some balance of that that you see in your future as you continue being independent, teaming up for projects with other people and then doing solo development. That might be the right balance for you, and time will tell. It's going back. We can take a look at some of the early development of Lizard, some of your sketches, some of the work that you released, if that sounds good to you.
Sure. So this was one of my sketches for the game box. I think I was trying to, so I wanted to kind of depict a bunch of the areas of the game in the background there, the top right, and then so there's like the snowy mountain, and there's the river, and sort of like the rocks from behind the river, and then like kind of an open plains area, which is kind of like the starting area of the game. But also you have this lizard skin empty, draped over the bricks in the foreground. I'm trying to think of what my other ideas for it ahead of time were, but I can't really recall. So I sketched a bunch of things, and then I started to settle on this shape. And I wanted it to look like, the black box NES games with like that diagonal, the diagonal lettering. And I don't know if I'd do that for another game, but I thought it would be fun for Lizard specifically. I don't know.
Is that what drove you to this kind of isometric view rather than 2D flat view?
Isometric view? Well, it sort of shows the ideas. I wanted to like pull out a view where you can see a lot of the areas, so you could see different areas next to each other. I definitely wanted a lizard on the cover in some sort. Like I mentioned how the lizard rider has different skin tones. I didn't want them to appear on the box for that reason, so it could still be any person. So instead I just have the lizard skin. Also, I thought the lizard skin looked kind of fun, just being like droopy and looking like it's deflated. I thought that enhances the theme of the lizard game, which you might not kind of pick up from playing the game. Like you just see a lizard lying there on the ground, but this puts a little bit more of a I feel that lizard's empty and it could be filled up by something that I don't think is quite expressed as much in the game. So I see other notes. It looks like I wrote jungle and question mark, and so I guess I crossed off some things, and I'm just holding up my own copy to reference. Okay, so you can see like one of the boss doors on top of the mountain, and there's like the flat clouds. Oh, and the little panda's down there. Okay. Yeah, so I haven't looked at this closely in a while. So I did get the feel of a couple different areas, but not all of them. Only like the recto areas that are above the surface. It seems like it gives them the idea of the scope of the game and a few of the specific elements. But one thing that I don't see in this sketch, in the corner, I don't know if you can see it, there's a little there's a little tear out of the corner of the world, and that's supposed to be like the edge of the page that the world exists on, which I feel the isometric perspective kind of works against, because like the idea of it being two flat sides of a world, but then the art doesn't look flat, quite so flat here, but it does look kind of like it's against a flat background. I don't know, kind of trading a few concepts against each other, but yeah, I guess it is. I hadn't thought about how it's different from the black box designs in that they usually had a very 2D art that looked kind of like sprite representations of the art in the game, but they're also like hand-drawn sprites that aren't actually the pixels used in the game, which are really funny in a lot of ways. But yeah, I wanted it to be bright and colorful. I wanted to show the lizard. I didn't want to show the lizard rider just to keep it available to be different people. So those were my main goals. And then that black box kind of idea. So sure, we could look at the next one. Okay, so plans for the bunny. I sketched a bunch of shapes for it. Part of the problem when making like a boss that moves around, like hitboxes, the areas where it can touch you, it's easiest to do them as square shapes. So I think about kind of square silhouette shapes for the boss to take. So the bunny's kind of square face was a bit driven by that idea. But also like the way it kind of leans over and it kind of encloses a box shape. And then I tried to sketch out ways that it could move and jump. So it looks like I had a few ideas. There's one in the bottom right there where like it's kind of stretched out and box-like, and I don't think the actual jump ended up looking so stretched like that. And part of that's just back to that hitbox idea. Like if you want to keep things in a box kind of shape if you can. And that sort of affected how the bunny turned out and how it moves. But so other than that, I try to work out all the ways it's going to move, and then that makes a list of things I have to draw. So I need it hurt, and I need it jumping, and I need it standing. So I needed to draw versions of those, figure out how much memory they're going to take, and fit them all in together, and then do some tests with that. And then I start like writing code for like each of these behaviors. So making a boss, like I kind of have to think about like it has a state where this boss in particular, it looks like I wrote walk there. I think at one point I had an idea for it walking, but I made it do small hops and big hops. The big hop has like it ducks down a little bit lower before it starts and waits a little longer, and that's the way you kind of can tell when it's doing a big hop. Even though it's kind of quick to see, you could get attuned to it if you watch the boss really carefully. But you get kind of a list of states, and then like programming it, I have to do each of those things. So one's for standing around, one's for being hurt, one's for doing a large hop, one's for doing a small hop, that kind of thing. And then once I have all of those, I can kind of like test each of those individually. Oftentimes when I start with a boss, I make it controllable by the gamepad. I just hook up the inputs of the lizard to the boss so I can make the boss like move or hop at will and see what it does. And then once I have an idea of how it's actually working, then I kind of put in logic to make it string those together. It's like it should hop when the player's over here and then move that. But that makes it easier to test before they all go together. I don't know. It's a slow process. There's a lot of components to a boss. Okay, so here's some sketches of the player. I was trying to work out the shape of how they fit. Like, are they still shaped like a human, and where does the lizard skin fit around that? And then some sketches of getting out of the lizard and how it would look. I guess so. I think with that one, I was trying to, what if the shape was more flat on the top of the head, and the head coming out beneath it, but I don't think I like that as much. I think there were a bunch of other sketches before I got to this, but I don't know. I'm not sure I have them anymore. Oh, like a lot of my rough sketches are really rough, and they don't look like much of anything. This one is where it starts to get closer to it. And then I have some ideas for like walking, jumping and falling. And there's the skid. So the skid frame, it's still in the game, but you see it's for very little. Like that physics change that I mentioned is basically, it all takes place in the skid. Like as when you stop moving and you push against the motion, there's a little skid where your tail swings back and you're leaning back to stop. And you don't see that for very long in the game. It's there. You can see it, but you used to be able to kind of slide in it for just a little bit longer, and it was more apparent. Oh yeah. So what did this enemy get called in the end? Snoot? I think it was Snoot. Um, but I had an initial sketch where it was like a mouse with a wizard hat
Hmm.
that stands up and makes its magic ball that comes after you. And then I wrote Mind Flayer. I was thinking of like in Final Fantasy games, you have the Mind Flayer enemy, which is like they've got kind of an octopus head, and they're like a magician, and they usually like raise their arms and cast magic at you. They're similar, and I think that was taking from a Dungeons and Dragons concept. I think that was there before it was in Final Fantasy, but it's also in like Dark Souls. There's a similar enemy. So I was thinking kind of that, of it like raising its arms and then casting magic at you. And then it eventually turned into... So I liked the droopy snout of the mouse. I don't know why I made its nose droop. Maybe it was reminding me of a stuffed animal I had when I was a kid.
Mm.
I just like chewed on its face because I was like 2 years old. And its nose became just like this droopy thing. I think that's what it was reminding me of. But then I turned it into more of like almost like an elephant trunk or something.
So why does
It'd be like Cyril Sneer from the Racoons, if you've ever seen that old cartoon.
why does the Lizard of Heat affect Snoot? So if you use the Lizard of Heat on Snoot, it won't cast its magic.
Oh yeah. Or if it does cast the magic, it'll
Goes
fly
away.
off.
Yeah.
So I wanted the heat to affect enemies where it could. I wasn't successful for all the enemies, I don't think, but it has some effect on a lot of them. Some of the effects are more subtle than others. But a lot of the enemies, it just makes them jump out of the way, or like the pink armadillo kind of things. If you use heat on them, they'll roll up immediately and roll. But it's not too much advantage. And this one, there's not too much advantage to doing it because you have to get close, and that's kind of difficult. But it will close its eyes, and the magic will fly away. Does it also prevent the casting? I forget that it did that.
I don't think I got to it fast enough to prevent it. It was always, it at least shot out its one magic ball, and I could use heat, and then the magic would fly away, and then it wouldn't cast anymore.
Yeah. So I was looking for things that the heat could be an advantage for besides just melting ice. So that was one of them, but yeah, most of the ways are pretty subtle or not of huge use. I guess the burning frogs thing is the biggest use, but my thought was that bigger creatures could take the heat. I had a point in development where you could light some enemies on fire. Like the panda you could light on fire. I think you might still be able to do that. I can't remember. But being able to do that meant that the enemy had to change its palette colors, and it would mean I can only have one of those enemies on screen at a time, and I think I scaled that back. So I think there's some enemies that I originally could light on fire that I changed to another behavior, something more subtle afterwards. And being on fire didn't really affect them, like it just changed their visual appearance, which is kind of funny, but it's not useful to the player, I guess. So some of the effects of heat were almost on the level of just Easter egg because they're kind of subtle. But like, I didn't want it to be something that just kills enemies. That's all I was saying. Because that was, again, like it's a game. I didn't want the primary gameplay to be shooting or killing things. And the Lizard of Death was supposed to just be a weird change of pace in that respect. Okay, so here's plans for the Octopus. So I have, I guess on the left, I have like the kind of basic states. So it can swim horizontally, or sit in the water, or grab an egg, or dive down. So obviously I just do very rough sketches until I have an idea of what it could be. And then out of those component parts, like on the right side, these are all the ways I string those behaviors together. So like we have a behavior where it's kind of moving back and forth around the top, and then we'll drop down. And then there's an arrow showing like it'll go and grab an egg after it drops down. And then it's showing how to rise back to the top. And then there's like, once you're back at the top with an egg, you fly around and then eventually you throw an egg. And then it looks like at the end of the boss fight, there's a plan to kind of jump down and the door will open. There's some notes in there, but they're a little bit hard to read. Electric coral. Oh, right. So along the bottom, I have a note at the top right that says electric coral. It's just a little bit up there. I put spikes, question mark, electric coral, like the Ninja Turtles game for NES. There was the section where it was hard to get through because there was coral that zapped you. What I ended up doing was like this row of white bubbles, which look kind of like the eggs that it throws at you. But it was something that, like, the first time you get to that boss, you'll probably just walk into them and be surprised that they hurt you because it's not really clear. But I felt it was fine because this, especially with this game, like it's infinite lives and there's this save point right before the boss. So I figured that if it wasn't immediately obvious that those are dangerous, it would become clear fast enough.
I saw a behavior difference between the beta and the final. I don't think it was big. It might have just been you changed the programming of it, but in the beta, the octopus wasn't necessarily going to grab an egg when it dove. I think when I was playing, it seemed like it depended on your position, which made the boss harder. And then in the final, it would swing to the other side of the screen to grab the egg after it dove. It didn't matter where my position on the screen.
Yeah, I believe in the original version of it, I had a randomness. After it hits bottom, it would either return to the top or it would go for an egg. And I actually put in a thing where if you stand on the bottom of the screen, which would be kind of like the most dangerous place to stand, that it would always grab the egg so that a speedrunner could do the dangerous thing to make it go faster. But what I found in the end was just the battle was really slow. I think in the sketch, you can see 10 eggs in the little pile. And I think it might be like 7 eggs in the finished version. I forget how many eggs there are. But I definitely reduced the number of eggs. And I made that speedrun speed up thing. I just made it always happen because I realized the fight was too slow. A lot of my original plans for the bosses, like I made it and I learned to beat it, and then I start looking at it and I think this just takes too long to do. It's too much stamina to ask for a player, and so I scale back the length. This boss in particular, I think I removed 4 of the eggs and removed that randomness that kind of extends the length of time, but also like the frog boss, the climb is just a set series of ledges and stuff. It was more than twice as long in its original version, and especially after testing it with people and like realizing that I think that's the hardest boss in the game. Learning to jump on all those platforms is pretty tricky. And
there's like a subtle difference depending on your route because the platform climbs the next one you can jump on, one is lower and one is higher. So the one higher, you
Yeah.
can get onto it, but you have to be very strategic in the way you jump because you kind of bounce off the or collide with the edge. So if you're not
Yeah,
good at
that's true.
platforming, you could go off.
The platforms in the frogs in the frog boss are not stuck on tiles. Like they're moving sprites, so they could be on any pixel.
Mhm.
So you get a lot of heights between platforms that are different than heights you would find anywhere else in the game. Like, so the jump you're used to making, it's like I know I can always jump 5 blocks high or whatever it is. It's no longer exactly 5 blocks. It might be like 5 blocks in a pixel, or it might be 2 pixels lower. And that is a thing that can throw people off a lot in that fight. One of the things that makes the platforming really hard. But yeah, I think the fight now lasts like 2.5 minutes or something. I forget. It's been a while since I went through timing on it, but it was like 5 minutes in the initial version. And I don't know, like when you're developing a game, you're really good at it because you've been playing it for as long as it's existed. So it's hard to get perspective on how hard something is until you like give it to people to test. Sometimes I do things like just challenge myself to beat the boss, but I can't. I can't press left in certain situations, or I'm not allowed to use this thing or that thing, or I do something to disadvantage myself against it just to see how much that changes it, just to try and make it fresh for me to play and see if I can still do it. But it's hard to maintain that perspective, and like giving it to people to test is the best thing you can do for that. But it's just really hard to predict what it's going to be when you're in a situation where you necessarily have to learn to be an expert at it before it even works. And so that's, I don't know, that's a major challenge of game development, but especially for like an action game. Okay, yeah. So this is another note. This is for the raccoon boss. So they don't move too much. Like they just stand in one position, and then they the idea is they suck lava out of this one pipe, and then they blow it out into this launching tube where it gets fired at you as this like lava ball. So here I'm just working at the shapes. Like you see, I'm not really drawing the sprite. I drew one picture of the raccoon that's somewhat detailed, and then I draw kind of like silhouettes and shapes just to get an idea of what it's going to do. So it looks like I've got a turning head and thinking about how it's going to turn around. Oh, I have a note there that says secret skeleton ? And this is because I didn't know if you could kill, like if there would be a way to use the lizard of death on it. And in the end there wasn't, and I can't remember if I made the sprite or not. Do I have the ROM image?
How would you have gotten there? There had to be a route somehow that you could get to the raccoons to use the lizard of death.
Yeah, like that's the thing. They were trapped inside Volcano, so I eventually gave up on being able to do their. Oh, I did draw a raccoon skeleton, so it exists. There's no code to make it activate, but there is a sprite for it. So it's some unused content. You can let TCRF know.
So why green for the raccoons?
It was basically just because the volcano was already like red and orange. I wanted them to contrast. I think I tried like yellow, like NES yellow and brown at first, and they didn't stand out as much, so I made them green. Oh, okay, there's the box render. So I made this in Blender. I actually bought a 3D model of an NES cartridge that someone was selling on, I forget what website, Turbo Squid or something like that. You can just buy 3D models. I purchased that and then, put my own label on it and made a box to kind of make a promotional version of what the box would look like. Also to show myself what it would look like before it was printed.
Very close to final. I don't think you made any changes.
No, this should be the same as the final art. And because it's a 3D model, I could just make as many as I want, put them in a pile.
Talking about that, what was it like? Because I believe you did all the publishing. You sent out all the Kickstarter rewards. What was it like seeing all the copies at once that you were sending out? Your game.
Well, I didn't manufacture the carts. That was
Mm.
done by Infinite NES Live, so they made them and shipped them out. But I mean, they sent a big pile of cartridges to me. I've shipped a bunch out personally, like for promotional purposes and stuff like that. But so I never got to see like the big stack of carts going out, except I think Infinite NES Lives might have posted a picture of it once or twice or something.
You did make the demos though. I saw a video of you making
Oh yeah,
three or five demo carts.
I made 3 demo cartridges. I'm trying to think of who I sent them to.
I was going to ask you what happened to them.
I think like basically nothing. I sent them, I think, to 2 different people who had like gaming YouTube channels and never heard anything from them. But like they were people I didn't know. That's one of the things. Like, so I mentioned like not kind of being desperate to find contacts to market with this. Like, if I release another game, like I definitely have people that I would send stuff to who I think would be interested, rather than basically like just cold mailing it to people who might see it and try it out on a whim, but I don't know. So 2 of them are out there somewhere, but I don't know what will ever happen to them. And then I have a 3rd one here that's still mine, and I don't know what to do with it. I might auction it at some point or something, but I haven't decided. Or I might just keep it. It's a good memento.
Yeah.
I have a video. It's funny that I have a video of myself making it, which I just did kind of as a Kickstarter thing to promote it with.
Yeah, I would vote to keep it as a memento, or auction it for something that's important to you.
Well, the nice thing, if I auctioned it, at least it would go to someone who values it,
Yeah.
And I like that thought. So I made Lizard floppy disks. It's kind of difficult to get floppy disks nowadays. Like, I don't think anybody makes new ones anymore. So if you want to make a release like that, like you have to find somebody who's selling new ones, new old stock, like ones that a box that hasn't been opened or hasn't been used, that's still clean and in good condition, and that you can put stuff on. So it's a little bit tricky like that. I could never do like a big unlimited production run of Lizard floppy disks. But I had labels printed. The labels looked pretty nice, I thought. And I made little cards, printed cards that were just kind of instructions that kind of reminded me of the instructions on how to play in various DOS games I'd played over the years. But those things were often really bizarre. Like, like if you look at an old Sierra game or something, the instructions in the manual are written from the perspective of like this person's never used a computer before. Here's step by step how to put a
Yeah.
disk in your disk drive, and you know, um, I didn't write mine to be like that because I thought that would just be a little bit silly. Plus, I was kind of limited on space. I just wanted to fit on a card, so it's more just like relevant instructions for running it. But it was kind of nice that I could ship them in a thin envelope because it could go in regular mail. But that also meant that like I wouldn't have any tracking or stuff. So I sold a bunch of them on eBay, basically, and I was shipping them for a while. And then, I realized like I can't sell enough of them to sustain that because it just takes too much time to walk to the mailbox to be worthwhile. And like I have to deal with returns and all that. So, I don't really want to be a manufacturer or shipper of video games. If I ran a business where I had several games to sell, it would become worthwhile. But I just want to make software, and I can't ship games on the side. Like it's just I don't have enough games to sell. So that's how that went. So I still have a bunch of floppies and a bunch of labels, and I could put the Lizard game. So I could make more of those, but it's just hard to sell them because it's not like a lot of people want a Lizard floppy. So I could maybe do another very limited run of them in the future, like maybe like 20 more or something, just to see how it goes. But I don't know.
How many did you end up releasing? This is out of 50, but I think you did 2 batches, so I guess you sold 100. I'm not sure.
I can't remember. It might have been 100, but I'd have to look it up.
Either that or you did 25 or 25.
I don't think I sold all of the second batch. I think I kind of stopped selling them when it became too slow. Like if I sell one floppy disk in a week, then like I can't sustain that. But if I can sell, because I can't just sit on it until they all sell and then ship them all at once. If it's going to be too long a time, like there needs to be a reasonable timeline for me to ship them out. And so I don't know. It was fun to make them. It's really fun to have little Lizard floppy disks. And I did manage to find some nice new old stock discs to put them on. They were nice and clean. But it made me think about like trying to make software for old hardware. Like currently I'm looking at Apple II a lot, and I think if I was going to release software for that, like it's easy to release disk image files that someone could use in an emulator, or someone could copy to their own floppy. But to do an actual floppy disk release, like I'd have to source floppy disks that still exist, and there's all these problems of putting them together that I don't know. I don't want to spend too much time working on stuff like that because it just, unless you can do it in large enough scale, it becomes a drain, like financially and time wise.
Yeah.
But I do love the idea of releasing a game on floppy disks or on whatever. Like they're nice to hold. They're nice to have.
When you released it, I was like, wow, I need to get this Lizard on a floppy. I had no way to play it at the time. It made me buy it, and arrives. I'm like, well, what am I gonna do with this now? So then I ended up building a DOS rig after that.
That's pretty cool. I do like one thing I do like is that USB floppy drives are still they're still made, and they're pretty cheap as well. And you can actually plug a USB floppy drive into your computer and then use it with DOSBox and play it that way. I was surprised that works. Like the DOSBox just has support for USB floppy drives, and I didn't expect that, but it does. And that can be fun. Like, it's a way of kind of playing it. You are literally playing it off the disc. It's just
Yeah,
kind of a funny way of doing it.
I do wish they
Um,
had the same for 5 1/4. It's they
yeah.
have them available, but it's extremely expensive and not widely produced.
Yeah, those ones are much harder to find something that works for. And I don't know, in the last year or so, I've done a lot of like research on floppy disk formats. Now I know a lot about them and how they work. And realizing like the way they were reliable, well, they were expected to be unreliable, and they were made so that they had a checksum so that if you get a bad read, it just spins again and reads it again and hopes that after like 2 or 3 or 4 or 10 tries, one of them will come out correct by like randomness. But they're never expected to be 100% reliable. Even if you just like burned a clean disk, there's expected to be vibrations in the disk drive and stuff where you have to get a bad read now and then, and it has to retry. Which is an interesting concept because you don't see that on, like, in an NES cartridge, the data is expected to be 100% reliable from the ROM, and if anything goes wrong with that, like, the game will crash. But floppy was robust by expecting failure and just doing as much as it could to mitigate that. But at the same time, they decay. Like, they're hard to... If you have old floppy disks and you haven't preserved the data on them by now, there's a good chance that they're unrecoverable. Like, it just... They do not last in the very long term.
Very true. I bought a box copy of, it was either Doom 2 or Ultimate Doom. I have both, and one of the discs is bad.
Yeah.
It's like, good, failed.
No, the nice thing is that you might be able to reformat it and just put the same image on it. The only thing is there were so many weird copy protection schemes for floppy disks, which made a lot of them really hard to copy or dump. And that kind of went away when you started installing things on hard drive. Once you could do that, like, they couldn't protect it because it was out of their hands. But I started noticing when I started looking at it, a lot of old games in the manual, there's like an address. If your floppy's bad, you can send it back to be rewritten.
Oh, really?
Because it was just expected.
Yeah.
Especially with copy protection methods, which just like made it really hard to deal with errors. But I don't know. It's funny.
I did get I guess moving away from floppies. We did get a user submitted question, and it's from MT, and his question was, "What does the inside of the lizard suit feel like?" I think he meant in the game, but you can answer it both ways since you're wearing the lizard suit.
Well, this one is kind of like I don't know, kind of like a soft t-shirt material on the inside. Like a red liner. I like that it's red, so it feels like the inside of the mouth. I don't know what the inside of a lizard in the game Lizard would feel like. There's a lot to think about there. Is it slimy? Is it slippery? You'd think you'd want it to be slimy so that you could get in easily and it wouldn't...
Well, you have to do like a full 180 in there. You have to crawl in and then turn around, so...
That makes me think it might be gooey when you get out. I don't know.
Your lizard suit, self-made. You had someone make it, or it was available.
Oh, so this one was cheaply available. I found the same pattern sold by a couple different companies. I think I got it on eBay or something like that. But I got this one, and I got a different one made from a slightly different material, but clearly the same pattern and from a different company. So I think there's like this pattern that's been going around, and a bunch of companies were making them. But I bought two. just because like a lot of stuff you buy on eBay, especially if it's really cheap and like coming all the way from China, there's a chance it won't arrive. So I bought 2 just in case, and they both arrived just fine. So I have 2 of them. They're slightly different, but very similar.
I kind of
But they're
imagined
easy to
you had
get.
a closet full of them.
However, so I think in the promotional images, but I have it here. I could send it to you. If you don't have it, there's a picture of me from 1987 when my mom made a costume kind of like this for me and my sister and my 2 cousins. There's like 4 different colors. And for me, it was for Bubble Bobble. That was my favorite video game. But I also like dinosaurs and stuff. So that was my Halloween costume when I was, I guess, 5 years old. And so it was kind of inspired by that, but also seeing, over the years, like this is a popular type of costume. I think there was a character in The Tick, Dinosaur Neil, who dressed like this as well. I don't know. You see them around, and I like it when people send me images of people wearing these, or like putting them on dogs or something.
I guess to kind of close it up, after getting a refresher of all your work on the game, and we kind of dove in. You already said that you're very happy with the project, and there was very little that you change.
Mm-hmm.
I'm kind of interested more than of maybe some of your influences that you brought to the game. I think you mentioned Bubble Bobble in your Kickstarter, but was there something else, or this is kind of on its own?
Something else in terms of like things that influenced Lizard?
Yeah, some other games or aspects of it that you kind of were influenced by that kind of informed Lizard.
So yeah, like I take influence from anything I've ever experienced, really. But yeah, there are a few games that most directly informed it. Like Prince of Persia, definitely in some aspects of how the game's structured and just like exploring and the kind of single screen grid of rooms aspect to it. Bubble Bobble, definitely I feel like the character is drawing inspiration from that. And maybe just a little bit of lighthearted tone to how it looks. I mentioned Super Metroid, and like the original Metroid. I think like all of the Metroid games, but the use of 3D space, Super Metroid especially, like the thing it did that earlier Metroids did was that you come back to a place and you have a new ability, and that place has a different meaning now. That wasn't really much of a thing in Metroid 1 or Metroid 2. And at the same time, it also had a really good use of a connected world, like all the areas connected to each other and in some kind of unexpected ways. But if you figure out your way around it, they all fit together. And that's something similar like in Prince of Persia. Like a lot of figuring out that game is figuring out, I know that this room is above this room, so there must be something in between or something like that. Like trying to space out the world in your mind or making a map. I mentioned Joust briefly. I really liked the momentum of the character in Joust, and that was something I toned down in the final release of the game, but it was sort of a little bit of inspiration for how the character moves. And actually, I think indirectly, Joust was kind of the model for the original Mario Brothers game. Like not Super Mario Brothers, but the arcade game Mario Brothers.
Yeah.
You basically have a lot of momentum like Joust, and then you jump on an enemy, and then you knock the enemy out of its shell, and then you have to run up and kick it off, and that's sort of like the Joust thing of like bopping the egg out of the bird, and then going and grabbing the egg. There's a lot of similarities there, and I think they were drawing from that. So I think indirectly, like Super Mario Brothers and Joust kind of together feed into it a bit. There are a bunch of things that I put in like as references, like the moving platforms obviously look a lot like the ones from Super Mario Brothers. But it's got like a rotating chain kind of thing, which was actually directly inspired by the game Gimmick, which is kind of a lesser known NES and Famicom game, but it came out so late, but it's so fantastic. Really wonderful platformer game. What other games informed it? I actually did have Battletoads in the surfing level, especially. I think that's like the main influence of that. Battletoads is one of my favorite NES games, but I don't feel this game is terribly similar to it. But the idea of having a surfing level definitely draws something there. Actually, an indie game. There's a game called Cave Story, which I played. I'm trying to think what year it was, like 2007 or 2008. It was released for free at first. There's now like an HD paid version or whatever that you can buy on Steam, or I think it's on Switch and other platforms. But it was really neat, and I realized it was a game made by one person. I thought it was a really fantastic game, and it made me think seriously about making games independently, like doing it myself, which was always a thought that was in the back of my mind, but I didn't think too much about actually setting aside a portion of my life to do it. But playing Cave Story definitely put that in perspective. Like, it made me think, I kind of want to do this, and maybe I should try. And it was several years after playing that to the point where I had savings and the means to go for it, but it did light a bit of a fire in me, I think. So I think those are the main games that I would credit as an influence on Lizard, at least more directly.
Do you have anything else before we kind of close out?
No, I can't think of anything.
Okay. Is there any game in the community you're looking forward to?
It's funny because I kind of have like a backlog of things I still haven't played yet. In some ways, like I don't think too much about what's coming up because I don't know. I think of game development as a really volatile space, and like how I mentioned, I don't like to promise things or talk too much about ideas that I'm not committed to yet, but I tend to view things that aren't finished yet in the same light. So I see people posting screenshots and stuff, but they don't go into my bank of, I'm really excited for this coming yet. Like I recently saw the Kickstarter for the NES port of Anguna, and that looks cool. But after backing the Kickstarter, I try not to think about it for a while, just so like it'll come out and I'll enjoy it when it's out. But I have a backlog of stuff to play. Like I still haven't played the final version of Trophy. But that one I played through a long time ago before it was finished. Like he sent me a kind of an earlier copy and I gave feedback. So I feel I've already played that. I haven't played through the Candelabra Chronicles Estocero yet,
Mhm.
which is like a first-person dungeon crawl with a really unusual control scheme. I actually like wrote Virtual Boy controller support for a couple of emulators just so I could play it, but I haven't gotten around to playing it yet. So there's some I'm looking forward to playing, but I haven't gotten around to yet.
Mhm.
But I'm. It's hard for me to think of things that are coming up because
Yeah,
I try to put those out of mind.
yeah.
To be honest.
Nah, I can understand that. But you answer the ones that you've gotten recently that you're looking forward to playing. So I think that's the same, you know.
Mhm.
So is there somewhere people can find you to get updates on your projects you're working on, or just to drop a line to you to ask a question or anything like that?
Well, my main website is rainwarrior.ca. That's just my personal website, and it has sort of links to everywhere else you can find me. Or, like if you know the game, lizardnes.com. You can go there, and there's a link to my website from there. Like I have a Patreon, I use Twitter. There is a Discord for Lizard if you want to talk to people about Lizard. So you can find all those things linked at those websites. But basically just my website, and then you can look from there to see if there's a particular like kind of social feed that is one you pay attention to.
All right. Well, thanks, Brad. I really appreciate your time and enjoyed all the conversation about Lizard.
Thanks for the opportunity, and thanks for the interview.
All right. Thanks, Brad.